All right. Welcome back, everybody. This is session 1.5 of episode 4. Since we got started in episode 4 about halfway through last episode. So we are in the necropolis underneath Ostoya in the land of despair. Last time we checked in, everybody made their way out of the locks into the necropolis proper. Potentially made some allies that then were eaten by bugs and have tried to find their way through the necropolis to get above ground. You guys ended up in the cistern where you had to dispatch some gnarly looking baddies and have taken a long rest, which is where you guys are now.
I don't remember if I hit that button, so I'm hitting it now.
Yeah, everybody make sure.
Allow me to roll my dice. And this time I shall roll in the open for once. Okay, that's new. That's new.
Nice.
That's different.
New and different.
My favorite things. Sometimes. This one. That's the wrong one. It's this one. Give me that table. 65, was it not?
Yep.
Cool. Oh, okay. Perfect. Balxor wakes up and he feels fine. But everybody else can notice his nose is very different. It is very bulbous.
Ah.
Hassa.
And as soon as you look away and look back, it changes again. This time, an eye. The shape of his eyes is completely different.
Oh, I thought you were saying that there was an eye at the end of his nose.
No. So every 30 seconds, a feature of my face will just completely change.
All that I can think of is what
Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Situation
like
normal.
The feature that changes turns back after the next one changes. So, but it's just every so often you'll just see like a completely different feature, like a butt chin, or even a mustache.
Hassa's just kind of staring at Balxor, and she's very confused, and she's not entirely awake. So she finds herself just kind of walking towards Balxor. I can't speak tonight. Boxy starts walking towards him and like keeps trying to follow with her hand where everything keeps changing. What are you? What happened? What? Why?
What?
That you don't. I don't know, guys. Can you guys see this?
You in fact can.
Balxor will reach his hand to his face, and then after a while he'll like notice like it's just the lumps of flesh on his face just keep moving. And after just patting his own face for a little bit, he just go, "Oh, that's new. That's Is it bad? Has anybody got like a mirror?
I don't think it's
It's different.
yeah, it's not bad. It's just you you had a butt chin.
A
You had
what?
you looked like you had a butt. It looked like you had like a little tiny butt on the end of your chin for like a fraction of a second, and then it disappeared. It looked like you had a butt on your face. Like I don't know how else to say it.
Okay, so my face is changing
Yes, yes. I
rapidly.
um, I'd say it's yeah. Like I don't know if rapidly. Like what's your definition of rapidly?
Like once every, just constantly. I don't know. Uh,
I
It
don't
is
know.
consistently changing.
Mm-hmm.
well, I guess I just don't have good control today. Um, maybe it should calm down by tomorrow. I think.
I mean, I turned into a giant beast thing, so like, I really can't. Do you know
I
what
I
it
don't
is?
I don't think I'll be turning into a beast anytime soon.
Well,
I'm actively trying to avoid that. Because to be honest,
solid plan.
I don't want to know what would happen if I stopped holding myself together. Um,
We've been through a lot and been exposed to a lot of magics that we don't probably completely understand, so
Yeah.
yep, that's definitely something I'm feeling right now.
well, let us know if are you feeling well though?
I feel physically fine. I now that you pointed out, I can feel my face moving every so often, but never not in the way or anything like that. It's just whenever I have like a slight lapse of judgment or something along those lines, anyway. I say judgment. I mean concentration.
Mm.
Well, let us know if how you're feeling changes.
I absolutely will do. Yeah.
So, are we like back above ground, or like we're in human world, like living place
I
before we got ate?
I think so. Um, I wouldn't say we're above ground,
Well, not
but
not like literally.
if by above ground you mean not in the underworld anymore,
Yes, that's that. Yes.
I think. I'm not sure if we were actually in the underworld. I'm not quite an expert on these things. Um,
I
From
think
what they said before, the adventures that are no longer with us, um, it seems that we are in Ostoya,
oh,
which
right, of
means we are
course.
out of the underworld.
that is right. That's right.
That is
So
very right.
I
Which
suppose.
means we need to get out of here and up there where it's just as bad.
Well, but sunlight. Maybe. No.
Sunlight is good, I
Not so much
think.
in Ostoya.
I'm not sure what sunlight will do to me at this point.
Well, we'll be in Astoya, so you don't have to worry
What is
about
that
that.
supposed to
This
mean?
is true. I don't know yet. That's the point. I get the feeling I'm not what I should be anymore. So I have that to think about now.
Well, I'm here for you, Boxy.
Thank you.
She like leans over and like he had like a little like giant wart that decided to pop out of like one of his cheeks, and she just like poked it until it disappeared. It's all good. Your stress relief too.
I don't know how I feel about this. The sooner this ends, the better.
Fair. But maybe all your tinkering with the things you eat and should not eat, uh, maybe that's something to do with it, but
On one hand, yes. On one hand, no. I I get the feeling this is something from long before that.
Oh. You mean from
I
when you
have
had the pox?
sort of. You know how I said I got miraculously cured by a mystery potion?
Yeah.
I just can't help but think, could that have been this? It would make sense. It would fit.
Would.
Has it just been dormant this entire time? Has it just been waiting? Because we've been through some magical shit. Is that what it needed?
Maybe.
In any other person, it wouldn't have mattered. But in fact, there were many others in my village that were cured of the pox by this miracle potion. But I doubt any of them would have experienced anything that we have. They were all just farmers, and I imagine they would continue to be as such, albeit with
Right.
enhanced constitutions.
When-
But here we
Right.
are. Here I am, changed.
We're all changed. But you still seem to be the same person that was before me before we started this journey into hell. Uh, as far as I'm concerned, you have not changed, and you are still someone I will protect and will help.
That does mean a lot to me. I thank you.
Same goes for Sefris. She may be what she is, but that doesn't change who she is as a person. Like that's not she's been the same person the entire journey with us.
Hmm.
Just
I
because you
appreciate that.
happen to have things that like to pop up, such as the butt chin, which pretty cool, actually. You guys are still the same. So I still and will continue to stand by you. Both.
I somehow doubt this butt chin is very cool, but
I mean, I adore it. So that's all that matters. And she pats Foxy on the head softly.
Balxy doesn't look amused by the thought of butt chin. Balxy will then slap his knees, and then one of his shins will shrink slightly, and he will stand up, albeit wonkily, and say, "Shall we get moving then?"
Yes, I think we shall.
He
I'm
then
good if
Totally
shakes.
everyone else
normal.
He,
is.
he then
Totally
shakes his
normal. This is any other day. This is totally normal.
he then shakes his leg back to a normal length.
Let's hope the changes are only physical.
I mean, You guys have all given me the same benefit of doubt. I don't understand why you wouldn't give him.
I understand the concern, and I advise you to maintain it. I'm not aware of what this continued change will do to me.
And so you guys head across the other end of the cistern and follow the doorway out. Bringing up the rear is Jay and Omris and Myra. Myra before the two of them. And as she passes through the doorway, the doorway crumbles suddenly, and the stones fall in a way blocking the doorway. You hear Omris on the other end go, "I guess we have to find another way around."
Oh. I suppose we'll meet up with them later.
I guess that'll have to be. I don't see any way to move these stones. They seem extremely lodged in there.
Yeah, and I trust that Omris and Jay can find their way through without any issue.
They
Sefris does try to move the stones, and when she realizes that she can't, then she says, "We will look out here as well to see if there's another way."
they're a hardy folk. They'll be able to take care of whatever's coming their way. Him and his thing.
The image of the parasite crawling in his eye socket comes to mind.
Like as Balxor shivers, like several of his features change at once.
You see a wave
cool.
across his flesh that is mimicking a shiver. So the hallway you're in actually opens up into what looks like an old manor. Like you're coming out of a cellar almost. As you proceed through the dust and the destruction, you can see remains of a grand room. Ceilings inlaid with delicate filigree rise 20 feet, though their angle is now a bit off kilter. A huge, elaborate chandelier hangs above you, made entirely of bones, adorned with faceted crystals that still glow softly in the gloom, throwing strange shadows across the floor and walls. Dirty, fraying tapestries hang at odd angles, and the floor is dust-covered marble. At the end of the room, a smaller chandelier has fallen. A gaunt figure in flowing purple robes stands beside the chandelier, inspecting
it. They look like trouble.
I don't know if it's.
I just
Balxor
will just watch them for a second.
Balxor will nudge Hassa and just go, "Look at him. He's positively menacing, isn't he?"
I don't know.
He's nearly skeletal in appearance, tall for a human, and abnormally thin. He looks up at you all and he smiles. His lips pull back from his yellowing teeth in a skull-like visage. Then he beckons you forward. You've made it this far. Very good. Very good. I do have.
Oh, great. He's talking to us.
I am the bone monger. If you give me bones, I give you information.
Why do you want the bones?
Oh, my own ends. Nothing you need worry about. I collect them, you see.
I think I've
Right.
heard tales of you.
Well, I've got some good news for you for a room back that way. A
So
lot
many
of
bones.
bones.
Ah, yes, but the fresher the better. The bigger the better. The more important information you'll receive.
The fresher.
Yeah,
Yes, if you find yourself with an excess of perhaps rib bones, I could extract one painlessly, of course, and that would afford you all my information.
A rib bone, huh?
Or something of the
I could,
like.
sac- I could sacrifice one or two of those. Balxor will just no longer concentrate on holding his form and just sort of his entire body will just slough and wriggle
How
and become
interesting.
essentially formless, um, as like these fleshy, wriggly tentacles just fall into a pile on the floor, and emerging from it is just a rib cage.
That is fascinating. He comes over. He reaches down with a very oddly elongated fingers, grabs one of the rib bones from the bottom row, and effortlessly just pulls it away from the rib cage. Balxor experiences no pain whatsoever, and there seems to be no actual damage where the bone was. It's not like it was broken off. It's just as if that bone was never there. Yes, this is perfect.
You'll see the rib cage like reassimilate into this writhing mass of pink fleshy tentacles, and once again Balxor will just reform.
I am in a state of awe, and Hassa is in a state of awe at what she has just witnessed, and she's just looking at Foxy with like just this. It's not like fear or anything like that. It's just this wonder, like this. It's almost like a childlike wonder, like, oh my god, that is fascinating. Like when the bone monger was like, that's fascinating. She's like, uh-huh.
Well, to non-psychopaths, that's incredibly terrifying and
Oh yeah.
tragic and all kinds of stomach churning and
Yeah, Balxor will just return their stares with just a shrug. It's like,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
definitely have a shocked and fearful look on my face.
Myra
I'm fine.
would
I don't
likely
know.
look appalled, not
That's
at Balxor, but at what she witnessed.
that's just what I am now, I guess. Well, hey, I can like lean more this way now. That's pretty neat.
It's pretty neat.
One more to go.
Yeah.
yeah, Sefris looked concerned, and like at first she thought that the puddlefying of her friend was like maybe something like Long and Skinny did, but when she realized it was like something he wasn't in pain, she still looks concerned, but she tries to keep that under wraps.
Like Balxor just looks around, just like, hey, I get it. It's fucking weird. But
You think
honestly,
it's weird? You should feel it.
honestly, it takes a lot of effort to keep this form, you know? I've been keeping this in for days.
Brava.
So you can change your form at will.
I mean, I wouldn't say change it so much, rather as like I can be me, or I can fall apart into a pile of tentacles, and that's pretty much it. But it's less taxing to be a pile of tentacles. But I think for the sake of everybody else's mental health, I should be me. Like features still changing, arms shortening a little bit, fingers lengthening.
Whatever the case, thank you for the rib bone.
You're welcome. Thank you for the
So I'm
painless plucking.
My pleasure. I'm sure you're all very anxious to get out of here. And don't
Absolutely.
fret, my grand heroes, you're almost there. Almost free of this dank, dark necropolis. But while the surface promises freedom, you'll never be safe from those who hunt you until you destroy their master. Within Nov Ostoya awaits the one who can guide you on your path. But do not rush. Do not rush your way to your grave again. The settlements on the surface offer allies, perhaps treasure or weapons that may aid you. You'll need to find that help on your way, else you find yourself under the finger or the fangs of a vampire lord, or far worse. Ambulate yourself to the great city of Gargoyles only once you are prepared to meet with he who you seek, the one called the Nightseer Sage. Now, the door to the surface is not so easily breached. Those who hide their hearts hold the key. The blood must flow to the heart. You see, the veins are clogged and must be reopened, or the key will never open the door you seek. Once above ground, you should seek the lily of the void before your enemies do. Such a rare and fragile flower may be the difference between victory and success. This is all I can tell you.
But you said we were hunted right now.
Very, very astute.
I believe him.
Can you
I
tell
mean-
us by who?
I have a good idea. It wouldn't happen to be like a certain, I don't know,
King?
what was he again? Some kind of like bone lord? I don't know.
Did you not free yourself from somebody's larder?
That guy. Yep.
It's true.
I forgot what he was though. Kind of lit. I don't know.
Lich
A
King.
lich.
A lich.
That's what he was. Yeah. I'm still learning, you know.
And we're seeking the lily of
The void.
the void.
So we gotta get gear, allies, and a flower. And then once we're strong enough, we go to this
City of Gargoyles.
that.
Nov Ostoya. The throne of blood. The city of gargoyles.
It'd be a fun time.
I hear it's lovely this time of year.
Good to know.
Thank you again. And he holds up the rib, and then he crumbles to dust.
Oh, there goes a rib.
Well, there just goes an entire thing.
Yeah, but he's a creepy dude. He'll be fine.
Yeah, fair. So,
So I'm down a rib, and we need to go unclog some arteries. Who wants to play doctor?
So we have to make sure that the We
We have
can
to make sure
open the key or use the key.
we need to let the blood flow to the hearts, and then we can use the key.
Yes.
Where the key is, I have no idea. Where the hearts are, I have no idea. Where the clogs are, I still have no idea. But we know they exist. Probably, if we believe that creepy bone man.
I mean, the creepy bone man did remove your bone rib thing without pain. He
Yes,
said
but
he
he
could
is the
do it.
creepy
He did
bone
do
man.
it. Yes, but at this point, what else do we have to go on?
Exactly.
There we go.
But I am just saying, if anybody can remove a rib painlessly, it's the creepy bone man.
I mean, makes sense. It was at least not. He could have removed. He had the option to remove it painfully. Just saying.
Probably. I wonder what it's going to do with my rib, though.
Maybe fashion it into a ladle. Who knows?
I don't think my rib's big enough to be turned into a ladle.
You don't know.
Oh. Maybe the handle for a ladle.
Possibly.
Perhaps a
Possibly.
fine soup.
Fine bone soup.
Bone broth.
Bone.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
I say we make a move.
Yes.
I think we should
Not
keep
many
moving.
places we can go right now, so let's find somewhere to go.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying something, Blown Solo?
Oh, she was agreeing about moving on.
The door at the far side of the ballroom opens into a hallway of the manor, then to the foyer. The front doors stand closed. However, they are unlocked.
Hmm. Is
So
there
based
like?
on what you just said,
Are
the
there
front
like?
door feels sorry.
Oh no.
It feels creepy. Is this a door he meant that wouldn't open without the hearts being clogged? Is there something bad going to happen if I open the front door? I'm asking this as like an open question, by the way.
I feel like there were definitely layers to what he said.
Are there windows on the
Yeah.
door?
No,
No. Is there a peephole?
no,
Are there windows around the door?
nope.
Is it just a
Okay,
really
Secher just goes up and opens the door.
You open the door. Instead of leading to a city street or something of the like, they open into a spiral stairway. It's made completely of bones.
I say we explore elsewhere first. maybe at least a creepy bone man's house.
Oh yeah, maybe we could finally see what he did with your rib.
It hasn't been that long. I don't think he'll make a soup out of it just yet.
You don't know. Time could be different for him.
Yeah, you're right. He's a creepy bone man.
Yep.
He did turn to dust in front of me.
Yes, he did.
I say we still give him a bit more time to my rib and some really good soup. So
Do we want to explore other options, or what? What do we want to do?
Were there other doors that like we could have possibly gone through, or like any other entrances we maybe missed?
Any other hallways that you would have passed have all been caved in. There's one or two doors, but they were off their hinges, and one of them looked like it was like a servant's station, like a basically a closet. And the other one looked like it was some sort of like sitting room, but it didn't have any other doors that you could see leading away from anywhere else.
I think this.
I think this
Is it-
is it.
Do the staircase does the staircase go down or up?
The staircase goes up.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, at least it goes up.
Up is probably good. I hope.
Direction. And I mean, Sefris, did you see any other options?
No, none that I could discern.
Sefris, what does your vampire eyes see?
Bones.
I don't know. Did you give me dark vision yet?
That's the wrong answer.
Oh, damn.
The right answer is they're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Taking them to Ostoya.
They're taking the druid to Isengard.
Very
When
well
do you
then.
get dark vision?
At this level.
Is it now? I don't see it in your
Yeah.
thing.
Hold up.
Yep, gain dark vision 60. I gotta fix that on your prototype token.
Prototype. Oh,
60. Hooah. Cool. All right. So you guys take the stairs?
mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
The
Mhm.
stairs are lit softly. These glowing orbs within the eyes of these grinning skulls that appear every quarter turn, stuck in the walls.
Balxor's eyes are darting around rapidly.
You guys
They
follow these
almost fly out of the
stairs.
sockets.
Almost. You guys follow these stairs up. A massive room opens before you. Gothic-style archways and pillars carved to resemble stone skeletons support the ceiling, and a few are statues of cloaked figures with bowed heads, holding globes of light in their cupped hands. In the center of the room, a 4-tiered fountain stands dry. A 10-foot wide stairway descends to the floor of the room, which is completely covered by deep crimson blood. Vampire lady. The resulting
Okay.
ritual is one of creating a red mirror reflecting the archways of ceilings back at itself. A narrow walkway, 5 feet wide, borders the room, and another set of stairs rises from the floor and ends at a closed door opposite you.
Balxor, as
So,
soon as his head pops up, is just evidently frowning. This doesn't look like a bone soup rune.
No, I don't think they're making bone soup here. No.
Looks like they're making blood sausage. I jest, but this is fucking terrifying.
It actually
Does it look
kind
like
of
any
is.
of these channels are clogged?
1 second. First, I want you to give me a wisdom. Okay. So you're taking the time to investigate to see if there's clogs, right?
Yeah, and she'll Sefris will say, maybe th- this is the heart. We'll make sure that the blood can flow through the arteries to the heart.
That would make sense. That would explain all the blood.
Yeah. But
Every time some good.
I said, I guess it just doesn't. I didn't expect it to be quite so literal.
Neither did I, but
Every
we are,
time
in a
somebody
room full of
says the word blood, Sefris, you twitch.
Do we notice?
Let me see something.
I'm going to choose that Balxor doesn't notice. He's not a perceptive fellow.
Nope, nobody's noticing it.
Well, so I guess we should check the blood tubes for
Blood clots.
yep.
I'll go this way.
Okay.
All right,
Um,
stop.
What?
The blood on the floor ripples out and rings, like the surface of a disturbed pond. You watch as the ripples travel the length of the room, rebounding off the far wall and the pillars. The ripples continue for longer than they should, and as you realize this, the blood around the fountain coagulates and pulls itself upward in the form of a vicious crimson ooze. So,
Why couldn't we just unclog an artery without any trouble? Why have we fight Bloodmon? Sheesh. Oh my goodness. What are these initiative rolls?
that must be a problem with the update.
Something seems sussy.
whoa.
So it's the
Is that
same
just
for
adding
everybody. So yeah, what's it adding?
It's adding like a second dice roll. I don't.
15 plus 3
Is it
plus.
just adding their decks?
I think it might just be adding their decks instead. They updated the D&D system
I found out now.
yesterday, so I'm wondering if that's what did it. So let me
If it does that to
see.
damage, we're keeping it.
Yeah, it's
Well,
adding. Oh.
let me look into.
Yeah, it's adding just straight up
Yes.
decks.
Right. Let me see. Let me see something. Stop moving, please.
I'm not moving.
You got moved. You got moved all the way over here somehow.
It's not me.
Something's moving. It's the ghost of Foundry. Oh god.
Test something real quick. All right, it's not adding anything on the damage or anything, so we're just going to roll with this.
This is fine. Initiative's not that important. Also, ow.
All right, Secher.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go. So is the blood ooze visible to me? I don't.
You are behind a ledge, so you don't see it. You'd have to move.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna move myself behind the stump. Oh, okay. I see it now. All right. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and Hunter's Mark him.
Okay.
And where is that spell? Hunter's Mark. Okay. All right, and then I'm gonna go ahead and attack him.
All right.
Okay, just want to do a normal attack, so that's going to be. Oh, this one, okay.
That'll hit.
And I'm going to go ahead and attack him again.
Okay. Yep.
Right, and that's all I can do this round.
Okay. Hassa.
All right. Hassa is going to go ahead and she's going to get right next to the ooze thing. And then she is going to rage and reckless attack. That way she gets advantage. And then fudge.
It's going to miss.
Dang it. Okay. And then I need to remove reckless attack. No, don't add it a second time.
To remove it, you want to go to your effects and then remove it.
Oh,
No.
thank you. Sorry.
No worries.
All right. And now we are going to swing again with my second attack.
It's going to miss.
Hey. It
Oh,
says
no,
I
it
hit.
hits. 11 hits. Yep. 11 hits.
Okay, and that was north. Hey. Schwa.
Right. Is that all?
Yeah, and I'm just gonna tell Listung to just come up next to me.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Now it's his turn. He did not appreciate that.
I bet not.
He's going to multi-attack. I'm sorry, he has advantage. So we're going to roll it one more time. If it's a crit, that's sweet. If not, then he hits. Same, just about the same, still hits. All right, for 12, which is halved. And he's going to attack Aegys. It's going to
He
miss.
misses.
Does indeed.
He keeps whacking and whacking and whacking.
Sefris.
I'm gonna move here. That way I can have some advantage.
A
Oh,
bit of
yeah.
advantage. A little bit of tasty advantage. Deal.
Kind of some sad advantage a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna second attack him. And I am going to bonus action. I am going to attack with a bite.
Okay.
Nom, 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 nom.
Oh.
I don't have that as a thing though, so I'm just gonna roll a d20.
Please. You bite. You drink.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I'm looking up the damage, sorry.
I think it's a D4. Could be a D6.
It's a D4 plus my strength mod. So 1 second. And then they have to make a con save or take 2d6 necrotic.
Ooh. Well, they make the con save. The bite did better, almost better than the swords.
Wild.
-9. Okay. Like, that be all?
Yeah, and then she'll let him go.
Myra is going to. Nobody needs healing or anything. She is going to cast Bloodletter on Balxor's weapon.
Oh, which one? You got big sword or little
sword. Big sword.
Good choice.
And then she'll make sure to not be by it. That'll be her turn. Balxor.
Okay, so I think so. I'll keep the longsword sheath for now, and it's what 10, 5, 10, 15. I can get that. Get me advantage.
Yeah, we'll give you advantage.
Okay. I will down a 10-men tincture. I think it's a bonus action to pseudopod, so I won't be doing that just yet. I think it is anyway.
Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it's a bonus action. So I will just big sword for now. You know, big sword at 2 coming soon. Those are all the wrong swords. Inventory, great sword. Shring shring. We love shring shring.
You hit.
Normal damage with the shring shring.
It needs okay, sweet. You did some sweet damage. Now it needs to do a constitution saving throw. Eve? Of 12, I believe that's a failure. Check.
That do be sound like a failure.
Yes, it'll definitely fail against her spellcasting shit. So that's going to be 2d6 necrotic damage at the beginning of its turn for the remainder of the spell's duration.
Okay, we shring again because obviously
that hits.
Obviously, there's a dice in the way. Hell no. Okay, that swing wasn't as good, but it's still swinging. You know,
still swing,
still swinging. And that'll be it for this turn.
Right. Then Aegis.
Fucking beautiful.
Or easier, I should say. Did you change your name in Discord? You did. Thank you. That's just enough movement to get there. We play fast and loose, so you guys can slide through each other.
It's fine. I can't. It keeps saying I'm colliding with a
Oh,
wall.
oh yeah, because the actual fountain. There's a fountain wall there. If you want to be there, just give me an acrobatics or an athletics to pop up there. and I'll put you there.
A quick hop, skip, and a jump.
Are you just attacking? You're not gonna. Okay. Cool. That hits. Zippity zaps for 7. Anything else?
Sorry, that's it.
Okay. Secher.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and envenom my arrows.
Okay. Is that a bonus action?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, is that something I actually cast as a spell? I don't think it is. It's just
No.
an ability.
I think it's just an ability.
Okay, well, I've got the envenomed attack, so I'm gonna go ahead and attack the blood ooze, and go ahead and do that.
Gonna attack the bloody blighter.
All right. All right. Well, 15 damages.
And I'll go ahead and attack him again.
Okay.
No, getting nowhere near.
That is going to miss.
That was at disadvantage. That was weird.
I don't know why it would have done that unless the hotkey accidentally got pressed or something.
Oh, okay. I'm just using my mouse. I don't think I hit a key.
Weird. Try it again.
Okay, I will.
Actually, you should move from behind Myra as well, because that would be giving him a little bit of cover.
Oh, okay. So, let's go ahead and move that.
There. That'll hit. Sweet. Anything else?
And that is all I can do this round.
Right. Hassa.
All right. No. I've already got advantage. So I'm gonna go ahead and swing my sword.
That'll hit.
Oh yeah.
Swing, swing.
Swing my sword. And I
Right.
killed
pops.
him dead.
Orange blood splashes everywhere.
Orange. Oh.
An ooey gooey boy.
Hmm.
Perhaps he was the clog. I hope.
Well, if you guys want to actually,
Kool-Aid man.
yeah, if you guys want to actually do your investigations or whatever, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Nope.
Investigation?
Sure.
Yes,
I'm gonna
okay.
roll anyway, even though I know he's got it.
It's investigation or perception. whichever's the
I
strongest.
find blood.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna roll perception then, because I was
Nope,
gonna
you've
say.
already rolled. It's done.
No! Oh, I
Yep.
still failed anyway, so not like it
You
matters.
also found
The
blood.
dice knew. The dice knew.
Well, Iceer and
Look,
Secher
Hassa, I found some blood.
find that in these troughs, there's just an amazing buildup of bone and tissue and refuse that has just kind of built up over time.
So we're gonna need to start clearing this out then, or?
Clear what out?
Oh, I let everybody know what I found in the trough.
Gross. Who wants to put their hand in it? Not me. Balxor raises his hand.
Sefris will put her hand in there.
His ring finger, like.
Wait,
Oh,
hold
so
on.
will Secher. Secher doesn't care.
Can I use shape water to clean it out?
It's not water.
There's water in the blood.
It's mostly water.
Hey, the human body is like 75% water,
Like,
right?
a lot of liquid has got water in it, but doesn't mean shape water is going to work on it.
Oh, it's the
need
magical
a-
lightning argument again.
Look. Just let's agree that we can create another spell called Shape Piss, and then we'll all be happy.
Really, what it comes down to is this blood's pretty coagulated at this point. There's been a lot of evaporation, so there's not
Oh,
too
it's-
much water going on anyway.
It's not too liquid no more. Need to
I
drink more
cast
water.
prestidigitation on it to clean it.
This sounds plausible.
I think you can only do a cubic foot. Yep.
Yeah, it's a small area.
Many
So
prestidigitations.
in your channel, you are slowly prestidigitationing it clean. Then we have Secher in a channel, and we have Sefris in a channel.
Hassa's gonna also jump in a channel because Hassa just don't care.
Okay.
So Hassa is in there just honestly scooping it out.
Just scooping it out. Just scooping it.
Mhm.
Just
Scooping.
just scooping it out.
I am just
I-
scooping it
I-
out.
I may be,
Alright.
strong of stomach and against disease and whatnot, and I also maybe be a writhing pile of tentacles. But no,
As the runnels are cleared of their blood clogs, the blood drains from the room. All that's left are some puddles on the floor, scattered and broken bones, hundreds of coins, and stained belongings of the blood ooze's victims. So, you're able to easily gather up 25 gold pieces worth of coins in about a minute. An investigation or perception is not. Using all your 20s on skill checks. Love to see it.
That's pretty much how I work.
Wow.
we just see really well this time.
All right, so the three people who realize there's a room around them finds additional stuff. They find 4 diamonds worth 100 gold pieces each, 2 sapphires worth 50 gold pieces each, a golden necklace studded with rubies worth 250 gold pieces, and then a circlet of blasting beneath a rotting gown.
That
I hope you guys wrote all that down.
You were talking so fast, I could not.
Okay.
I got 25 gold, 4 diamonds worth of 100 gold.
Something about a ruby.
There was like a
Two-
sapphire.
2 sapphires worth 50 gold piece each.
That's the one.
Okay.
A golden necklace studded with rubies for 250 gold pieces.
Not a bad fee for some basic plumbing.
And then the wondrous item, Circlet of Blasting.
Nice.
I have no idea what this is, but I want it. I don't need it.
I don't need it, but I want it.
I do want it.
The only one that knows that this is special would be the wizard of the group. Your arcana is definitely high enough to know what this bitch is, as it's a wondrous item. This is an item of note. In 5th edition, Circlet of Blasting allows you to use an action to cast Scorching Ray with it. When you make the spell attacks, you do so with a bonus of +5. You can do that. You can cast that once a day, basically. It'll be, you can use it again the next dawn.
I'll tell the group that piece of that circlet there will allow you to shoot a ray of fire at people.
Oh.
Cool. That is pretty neat.
Yeah.
That sounds handy.
Not sure if I get the best use out of it though.
I would not.
No.
Feels like
Perha-
something you'd want to stand far away with. But at the same time, I don't want to be in front of other people when they're shooting that thing. Oh. Decisions.
I think Aegys may be best suited to keep it.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
No?
It would be pretty rare that I end up using it, but I could.
We could always see if
feel like
maybe
we're all in the same
Omris.
boat.
Maybe Omris could use it.
Yeah, he doesn't cast many
True.
spells. How many times does he cast a spell in a day? Like three times?
Besides Eldritch Blast? That's a
Apart from
meme
that
now,
one.
by the way. People, like, it's a meme now that Warlocks only cast Eldritch Blast.
Sometimes they cast Fireball.
In DDO, it's kind of true.
So,
Can't.
you guys stow the circlet, and you see across the way that there's a narrow corridor, roughly 20 feet wide and 40 feet long. Do you guys approach?
Yes.
E.
The walls on
Pokemon
either
Go.
side are adorned with carvings of skeletons. Like everything else in this place, each wrapped in a robe, with one hand over their heart, the other raised as if in greeting. Overshadowing these carvings is an elaborate door at the end of the room, 15 feet tall. This stone double door is carved with lifelike, writhing skeletons and gaunt corpses, with the blazing sun at the top bisected by the millimeter-thin gap between the doors. The figures on the door look to be either worshipping the sun or cowering from it, but with their rictus faces, it is unclear. There's no doorknob, but at roughly 5 feet up the doors, you see 4 skeletal hands inlaid in the stone, their palms facing outward towards you. There are 2 hands on each door, and each of them has their fingers arranged in a different sign. Skeletal figures flank the door, 2 on either side, one hand over their heart and the other raised. Two runnels of blood run along the left and right hand walls beneath the robed skeletons and enter the far wall on either side.
Great.
Currently, the skeletal hands are arranged thusly. It might help to write this down. The top left hand has a thumb and forefinger raised. like an L, I suppose. The bottom left hand has a forefinger, middle finger, and ring finger raised. The top hand has the pinky and
I'm
ring.
sorry, hold on. So the top, all right, the top left had the thumb and forefinger.
Yep.
You said the bottom left had the fore, middle, and ring
Yep.
raised, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The top right has the pinky and ring finger raised. And the bottom right has only the thumb raised.
Okay.
I won't lie to you all. This kind of puzzle solving, not good at it.
So there's different skills you can utilize if you want to. You can look around for more clues using investigation or perception. You could maybe attempt an insight to see if you can just keen some sort of answer out of like previous experience or just your understanding of puzzles even. You could maybe roll a history to see if like you remember a puzzle like this. That might give you an idea.
At perceptions to look for more clues.
Okay. Secher does not notice anything. Sefris, you notice that the skeletons along the walls have their hands up and their fingers are in a different series of positions. On the left-hand side of the door, the skeleton on the far left has all 5 fingers raised. The skeleton on the near left has its pinky and forefinger raised because it is the most metal of skeletons. On the right-hand wall, the skeleton to the near right has its pinky and ring finger and forefinger raised. And the skeleton on the far right has its forefinger and middle finger raised.
So, like, are these hand signals trying to tell us something? Anybody?
I'll try to set the hands on the door to match the skeletons to the left and the right of the door, with the far outside ones being the upper ones and the inside ones being the lower ones.
The blood runnels start flowing quicker. The door clunks loudly once, then twice, and then swings ponderously outward away from you. A dark stone staircase covered in dead leaves and twisting vines lead upwards. You feel a breeze as fresh air blows in through the door and fills your lungs for the first time in what seems like an eternity. Real fresh air.
Just like
Sefris
that?
can feel it, so she forces herself to take a breath.
Hey,
It's refreshing.
it almost seems too sudden.
Almost felt too easy.
Balxor takes a very deep breath. Along with it, the size of his nose increases largely. Gaping nostrils.
Could this be it?
I run out the door.
All right.
I'm like,
you,
yeah.
you run up the stairs and you find yourself outside. A breeze blows through your hair and the trees rustle in the wind as if pleased at your arrival. The air smells damp and fresh, filled with the scent of pine and dead leaves, and it's the best thing you've smelled in days. Finally, after all your traveling, you've reached the surface. But what comes next? The voices you heard after waking after your fateful confrontation with the Lich, to those that applies to, and the strange prophecies you've encountered since then echo in your mind.
Sefris also goes outside.
Same.
I figured
Yeah,
y'all
I'll
were
go
going,
outside.
so that was pretty much for everybody.
Gotcha.
I wonder how long we've been down there.
I don't know. We'd have to.
How long were we dead?
I guess we'd have to find somewhere and ask what date
What day
it
it is?
Yeah, Sefris will. Wait, can we look up and see if the night sky, if the stars are in a different position than?
Let's see, what role would I have that be? I would say a history would work for that. Arcana would work for that.
What about survival?
Survival would work for that.
Okay. Is that for anybody? Just making
Yeah.
sure.
Well, whoever looks up. If you weren't looking up, then don't roll.
Fuck the stars. They don't matter.
All right, Sefris, what were you trying to glean?
Just basically, like what constellations like have seasons passed? Like how's the sky look? Can we basically see certain constellations that you would only maybe be able to see at certain times of the year?
It is nearly the same moon as when you guys went underground. So you would imagine it's at least been a month. But it's not, the next season's sky isn't there yet. Secher, you have no context because you've been in the ditches for so long. Like, there's, this sky is different, but you don't know how many times it could have rotated around.
Okay.
And Hassa is just kind of looking for the North Star, just to kind of get a directional.
It's another world in another universe. There's not necessarily a North Star.
Okay, never mind then.
There's other ways to find that in this particular world. And you're tuned into those ways, being trained in survival. With the position of this night sky and where the moon is, it's like early evening, and you're pretty sure what direction leads to the Northlands.
Awesome. I relay this to the group and let them know, that based it seems to be early evening and so on and so forth, and so and I point in the direction of where the Northlands would be, and I'm just like, that's north. That's towards the snow.
It's been a month, or near a month, since we first Since we first started all of this.
And what a month it's been.
How did it start for you?
Lich disintegration.
Yeah, we were basically, we took a job to go find something, and exactly as Balxor said. The
Did it
Lich
happen?
killed us. I guess.
Do
Killed
you think
us?
that?
Yeah.
Do you think that orb is still there?
Possibly.
Do you really want it that badly?
No. I was just curious. Like, do you think? Do you think other people have tried to do the same thing? Do you think other people have been trapped?
I think
Possibly.
Because
other
that door
people
would
have
still be
been.
open unless he closed. He probably closed it.
Maybe. I wonder if whoever sent us on that job knew what they were sending us to. I wonder how many people they've sent.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we eventually are ready to go find him.
Balxor puts his hand on his chin, one of his arms significantly larger than the other. Somehow I doubt that we were the first ones to go in there. Just looking at the, general population of where we've been.
No, it's fair.
I have no idea how long I was dead.
I have no idea if you were actually even dead. Just trapped.
You remember dying, tracking down, and trying to fight an unidentified monster just inside the border of Ostoya. So you're pretty sure you died.
How long do you think you were down there?
I really have no idea.
I tell him the year to see if that gives him a better idea.
It's about 60 years after the last time you had a day above ground.
It's been a while. Balxor, do you still need to eat?
Do I need? Yes, I need to eat.
But you don't
I may,
seem to have the organs.
No, I still have organs. They're just inside the tentacles. I did you not see me remove a rib cage? Those things still exist. It's just
Now the sword thing makes a lot more sense.
Mm.
Okay.
I spent most of my adult life hunting monsters.
where are you going with this?
Well, there are a lot of different types of monsters in this world. And the thing that most monsters caused them to truly become monsters was that they stopped being people. And this is easier to do for things like undead, who have a hard time connecting to people anymore. And I don't know what you are.
Well,
But
I don't
you're
feel like undead, so
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm pointing out the fact that the less you do people things, the less you act like a person, the more monstrous you'll become. At least that's what I found in my experience. That's why I'm less worried about Hassa. she could choose to still be a person most of the time. You'd be surprised how many were creatures there are in the world who, well, are probably normal, law-abiding citizens. It's when the assholes get bit, when the assholes become it, that's when you see it come out. But I'm worried about you more than any of us, Balxor.
Feels a bit.
Your form is very alien.
A bit unsettling.
Well, try to be a man as long as you can.
Very well.
As the clouds shift in the sky, Hassa, please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, good.
Gonna make me eat my words right away, aren't you?
Who knows? Who knows? I have not. What am I doing? Wisdom saving? Saving.
Yep.
There we go. Bam. No.
Fantastic.
Come
Roll
on.
beautiful beam footage.
The full moon shines down upon the party in this clearing.
Fuck my
And
life.
Hassa, you start to like stagger a little bit. You
Oh.
don't even notice at first like why anything's happening. You just feel that intensity in your chest just bubble forward, and your muscles rip, and your skin opens up for the fur to pop out, and before you know it, you're howling back in not really pain, but just an expression of this inner rage as the full moon glows bright. You're in control, but you are definitely stuck in your hybrid form for the time being. She wolfs out, guys. Enjoy.
I
I get on
shake
guard.
I shake my head and like just kind of I don't know, stretch a little, I guess. And I just kind of look around and just keep waiting, I guess, for I don't know. I just stand there. Like I don't like I don't feel like overt rage towards anyone. I'm just fuzzy.
Sefris
Also-
stops and listens to see if there is any answer to her howl.
Whilst Sefris is like Balxor sort of just snickers to himself and say, "Great timing as always."
There is a distant sound, like it's not a howl, more like a roar.
Do I assume I hear it.
But
She was
it's
actively
here.
listening.
Okay.
We should
Let's
maybe
see.
move.
Does anyone know where the nearest settlement is?
You think we would? I have no clue where we are.
You're from here.
No, I'm not. I came here on a job.
Hassa
So you
like
don't. Okay. Does
Hassa
anybody
like
else?
puffs and would I, because I was able to like look at what direction, would I know the best way to head? Like before wolfing out?
Well, you know the direction. I'm trying to sort how well you know. Well, it's hard to pinpoint where you are in Ostoya. You just know you are in Ostoya. So, like, the things that would lead you is like find water, follow water. It usually leads you to civilization. Like, that's typical you're out in the middle of nowhere, you don't know where you are, like
Can
first moves.
I sniff for the smell of water on the wind, or like listen for it?
You can use your senses for that. Go ahead and roll perception.
Okay.
Is there anything that gives you any kind of advantage or anything in this form for smelling or hearing? I don't know that there is, but it could be.
No, I was just thinking on just Hassa being primal in general.
I feel like it should be a thing, but it might not have been included.
No, hybrid. You can't. Your stats remain the same as your humanoid stats. No, I'm not seeing anything right. I think you are correct.
Maybe something comes later. If it doesn't, that might be house ruled because it would just make sense. But a 24 is a strong roll.
Okay.
You, as I said when you guys came up, you already smelled a dampness, so the sniffer's not helping you out so great. But you are able to pick up just visually and just that kind of like anybody that's really good at orienting in real life can kind of get just the feel of the land, and you can definitely feel which direction is at a decline where water would run, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Hassa just like huffs and goes this way, and then just starts padding towards the direction that she feels that. And like bumps Balxor as she walks past him.
Rude.
She lets out like a half like huff, half chuckle sounding like, but it's like real guttural. But
Hey,
yeah.
just remember to hide yourself in case you come across any hunters or something.
Eat them.
We don't want to spook any locals. Or worse yet, get spooked by them.
Fair.
The doors that we emerged from, is there a way to kind of like partially close them, or was it like a mechanism that kind of like swung them open? And
Oh, they're just open. Like you can try to close them if you want, but they're wide open.
I'll see if she'll give them a light nudge to see if they'll move at all.
You can close them.
Oh, Balxor's gonna like mark the trees on the way there, just to leave a trail for the others to follow.
Yeah.
For when they make their way out.
She doesn't want to close it completely, but maybe not make it as obvious that somebody just came out of here.
Fair enough. And then everybody follows the werewolf.
Indeed.
Yes,
All right.
and I let Patches out so that he can hop amongst the trees and get food and stuff.
Fantastic. Little badass little squirrel goes and does this thing.
Does the squirrely thing.
This path that Hassa has put you guys on does very quickly head down into a river valley where there is a river. It's the night black waters of the river run fast, swirling and bubbling around a bridge's stone piles. To the north, it winds its way down into the darkness of the forest, but to the south, it empties into a vast lake In the distance, on the far shore of the lake, you spy the faint red and gold lights of a town.
Right, well, considering current circumstances, what with my face changing every so often and Hassa being furry, I'm of the mind that we don't go into town just yet, and maybe wait it out until our symptoms calm down a bit.
Or
We
send
should
others.
we should definitely at least find a place to take cover because when you announced how happy you were to be outside again, something answered.
Hassa like nods her head that she understands. And like others like basically trying to imply that maybe the more human-esque acceptable people go forward, like to maybe find cover, and like we could find something out here. Like I don't know.
Something
What
did
would you like?
answer, somebody says.
No.
Oh,
Turn around.
I had to look at what
Every now and
spoke.
then,
What was that, Aegis?
I said I look at what spoke.
All right. You see 9-foot tall werebear just leaning against a tree. Hello.
Hi.
well, I mean, he seems friendly enough.
hello.
I heard your howl. You shouldn't probably do that much.
I have a thank you.
How much does it let you talk in that?
From maybe I'm just interpreting it wrong, but I could have swore it was. Let's see.
Says your ability to speak is reduced to short, basic, guttural responses.
Thank you. I remembered reading it, but yeah.
He seems to be talking clearly. I'm Sorbeer. I'm Sorbeer Knudsen. I'm Sorbeer Knudsen.
I'm Hassa Sorrowblade.
Short and grunty.
I'm Secher.
Balxor.
Sefris.
Asa.
It's good to meet you. You're not long to the way, are you, Hassa?
No. No,
I
I'm
take
not.
it you are burdened with this and not sought it out.
No.
It's usually the way with the wolves. There's an inn not far from here, the Miner's Respite. Those of you that blend in should probably stay there for the night. Hassa, I would like to talk to you about your condition if you're amenable to it.
Yes. I would appreciate that.
Anybody's welcome to roll an insight if they want to get a beat on this guy.
I think I even have. I mean, we'll try. Oh.
Some
Well.
damn decent rolls. Everybody definitely gets a genuine feeling from this guy. He does not, while he's of an imposing stature and definitely would be scary to fight, he is not acting aggressively, and he doesn't seem to be trying to act deceptively either.
Hassa is more than willing to move forward. She just instinctually trusts him.
Well, I guess if you're going to go have a talk, I'm going to find some leaves to cover myself in or something. I don't know. Is there somewhere I can rest around here?
I think you should come to the inn.
I don't think I should come to the inn.
You can stay covered up until we get you to a room.
My body is changing constantly. This is not
I
something
think
that
you
can
should
be...
sleep in a bed.
I would love to.
Do you have a hood or some sort of cloak or cowl?
I don't. Also,
Wait.
it's not just my face that's changing. It's defining features.
Are you ill?
No. Maybe? No. I well, assume the term would be more afflicted.
Maybe one of your friends leaves a window to a room open and you sneak in.
Oh.
This might work.
I will do that.
It's dangerous to camp outside of the little towns.
Understood. I will make an effort to get in unnoticed.
I don't like leaving Hassa out here alone, though.
I'll be fine. I just want you guys to be safe.
You know where we'll be?
Once you've calmed down a bit, you can come find us in the well, you know.
Yep. I'll find you guys. Don't worry.
Right? You guys start heading towards the inn.
Before we leave, I want to ask the werebear if he needs us to get him anything from town, food, supplies, anything like that.
Oh no, I have a house in Lunsk. I just come out here on moons like this and take in the air, make sure that any of those suffering under the burden and unable to control themselves don't harm anybody if they can help it.
Alrighty, well then, Secher starts heading towards town.
I'll hesitate, but then I'll head towards town.
Balxor will just head off, but he's gonna like every so often he's just gonna look back.
They seem to be just chilling right there by that tree, talking. All right, so your group walks away, definitely hesitant, but they seem that they have no choice, so they continue on to the little. It's more it's not really a village that they're heading to. It's more like the inn and some shacks.
Mm-hmm.
But they head that way. You're standing here with a very large werebear that's nonchalantly leaning against a tree.
Hassa's just very confused. She trusts him. Like there's some something like instinctual that just tells her, okay. Like obviously if he were gonna try some stuff, some bear stuff, being very suspicious, if you will, um he would have done it. Honestly, he would have had many chances to do so. So just that, like that feeling, and then just like her deduction of reasoning, I suppose. She uh she I guess steps closer and goes, so you said you wanted to speak with me?
I have some questions first. How long have you been afflicted with your curse?
Um it's been it's hard to say. Um we we ran into an issue um that resulted in I
Uh,
don't even really honestly know when I got it.
Real quick, remember that you can only speak in simple guttural words, as you are in wolf form, werewolf form.
Oh, right.
You got to
Right.
figure out a way to communicate this very simply.
Mm. Mm.
Challenge
Uh,
mode engaged.
thanks. Few days.
Have you killed in this form yet?
Not human.
That doesn't matter, unfortunately. So, you have. It is a curse to some a blessing, to some an excuse. But to me, it is more of a gift. To my friends and to my family, it is also a gift. But bears and wolves aren't completely the same. Wolves tend to be a little more, as far as werewolves go, and that's what you are now, Hassa. They are typically more prone to uncontrolled violence. And that is something that you're going to have to learn to deal with. And I don't want to advise you that it's something that you can control. Because if you try to control it too tightly, then it's going to fight back even more, if that makes sense.
It does.
What I have found has worked for me and for others is to find a way to coexist with the animal inside of you. It's what it is, at least at its base, an animal, not a monster. Unless you let it be, unless you tell it that's what it is, then it is more than willing to not make a liar of you. But if you treat it as an animal that is your other half, then you might have a chance for a more harmonious existence. Are you following?
Yes. Yes, I am. And it makes a lot of sense. Yes.
I'm going to give to you an item. This item will allow you to convince the wolf to sleep for a time when it would rather be out. But for this harmony to work, for this to work both ways between you and the wolf inside of you, you then have to let the wolf out when at your next earliest time that you can do so without harming anyone. Otherwise, the wolf will be angered. So say you would use this tonight because the moon touched you, the wolf came out. For you to put it back in, that's an agreement you make with the wolf to now, within the month before the next moon, to let him out for a night. You have to do
Okay.
this when you know you're in a place, in a position that you're not going to harm others. So that can be challenging. If you use it, like if you lose control and the wolf comes out and you're able to use it, this will compile. So the more you silence the wolf within you, the longer you will have to let it out before the next moon. If you fail to let it out, then it will rule you for the next moon. Are you willing to take this talisman?
Yes. I don't want to be a monster, but I can be an animal. An animal is acceptable. And Hassa reaches forward, and her eyes are just locked with Sobjorn. And she's got like this glimmer in her eyes. Like, I don't know if werewolves can cry, but she's like kind of crying, and she understands fully as to what she needs to do.
To give you an idea of Sorbier's size, he's at least a full 1.5 feet taller than she is while she's a werewolf. So he's actually looking down at her.
Well, okay, looking towards
Well, no,
his
that's
face.
fine.
Yeah.
I'm not correcting you. I'm just giving you the how big a werebear is compared to a werewolf. He reaches up. He reaches up to his chest and parts the fur, and you see that there's a long tooth that's tied onto a leather cord, and he pulls on the tooth, and the cord snaps, and he hands it over.
Mm-hmm. Before Hassa like fully takes it, she pulls him into a hug and just says thank you.
He doesn't like stiffen or anything, but the hug back is very brief and very clipped before he'll step away.
I appreciate this chance at the chance to control. Thank you. To live in peace. In harmony.
Harmony is a better word, yes.
Yeah, that's the word I was going for. I was working toward. Yeah.
Put it on. You look towards the moon or the sky. The moon is not there. And focus your will. And if you are strong enough in the moment, the wolf will submit. And you will be in control again. So basically, put it on and give me a wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that result was a 1 for those who can't see at home there. So instead of burying the wolf, you basically go into a frenzy. A werewolf in this setting, when they lose control like that, they go after the most harmless things. So it's definitely not after Sobir. So Hassa would run off into the woods, looking for something to hunt. Sobir is not quite as fast, but his presence is able to herd her insofar as she doesn't run at the little village on the shore. She runs deeper into the woods, where she'll eventually run across a hart, a deer, and slay it in wolfy fashion.
Of course.
After which, I'll let you do another wisdom saving throw.
All right.
And don't roll a 1.
I can't control that.
All right, a 14 is sufficient. You find that the wolf is sated. However, even with it being sated, you're still asking it to go to sleep when it had free reign. So the deal is struck for the month, so to speak, and the wolf recedes. Hassa is able to regain her faculties and shifts back into her half-orcan form.
Did it. Clothes back on and all.
It's good that we kept you from the village there, but that heart wasn't so lucky, was it?
No, it wasn't. Not in the slightest. Is there, without you there, I would have gone for that small village. How far do I have to? Is there even really such a space?
There's ways to make the space. Your friends could help you. You could find ways to lock yourself up. There's ways. There's long expanses of wild areas. Hunters and the like usually try to avoid the deep woods on such nights that the moon is full or the portents are less than favorable.
Will I ever be able to get to the point that you are in your form? You can speak complete sentences.
Like I said, bears and wolves are different. I've also been at this for 30 years.
Oh. Well,
Maybe.
that
I-
definitely does make a difference.
I will give you a strong maybe. With enough work, maybe. It's worth trying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It'd be nice to speak in more than 3 or 4 words at a time. So,
Sometimes more gets done when there's less words.
Hassa just nods her head at that in agreement. So I guess I can safely go back. This is more as a question for myself, so I have knowledge. Bite, if I cause harm to someone and they are not slain, Hassa just like shakes her head because she can't. Hassa just because they're not. If I bite someone and they're not killed, is can they come
The-
back as me?
The bite passes on the curse. If they're not dead, they will possibly become a werewolf. It depends on if their spirit slays the wolf before it takes its seat in their heart.
How would they do that?
It happens. It happens after the bite. Either you do it or you don't. Is that a conscious thing? Mechanically, it was a con save that you rolled after he bit you in that scene.
That's right. That's what it was. Okay. Mm-hmm. Fair. Oh. All right. Deep woods. Good place to start. And I will. I suppose I have something to talk about with my friends when the time comes, when there's the moment to. Soon.
I hope they continue to treat you not like a monster. I'm serious. When the wolf feels like it's being treated like a monster, it will become one.
Thank you. I will definitely keep that in mind. I will. It is something that definitely needs to be worked on as far as how I treat myself, for sure. But the others, well, we'll see. I hope that they. I believe in them. I believe that they will.
He nods. Well, perhaps I'll see you again before you leave this land. If not, I wish you luck on your journey.
Thank you. Same to you.
He nods and saunters away into the dark.
And Hassa starts heading towards the little village thing, the little inn with the shacks.
So you guys make it to the inn. It's getting to be evening time, so most people are finishing up their dinner and looking to head back to the mines. But the innkeeper is there, ready to get any drinks or anything. When you guys walk in, he looks up and he gives you a nod.
Real quick, before we go into the inn, I'm gonna make sure, we went like elbow deep and digging out like blood and bits and stuff like that out of stuff, so I'm gonna make sure we're cleaned up first.
Prestidigitation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I could just prestidigitation your gloves and shit.
Nice.
I had assumed. I probably shouldn't have, but yeah, that works like perfectly. So the barkeep nods.
Wait, Balxor, did you have a cloak?
I do not.
All right, I give you my cloak with my hood.
Thank you. I will wait outside the inn though, just until you've got a room that you can call me in.
Good evening.
Evening, travelers. Welcome to the Miner's Respite.
Thank you.
We still got some stew on, and there's a couple rooms, if that's what you're in need of.
What kind of rooms are we looking at?
We got
Kinda
single
stew we looking
bed, rabbit stew. That'll, of course, come with a heel of bread. We got our single bedrooms and our 2 single bedrooms. That's 5 copper and 8 copper a night, respectively. A stew will run you 3 copper.
I take out a gold piece and I put it down.
Oh my.
You bring me all the stew and all the meat you have, and also that pays for 2 rooms. And you keep the rest.
Absolutely. You want some rashers of bacon while you're at it?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I'll get right on it. And he turns around and heads into the kitchen. After he'll set up a pitcher of he doesn't have mead, but he offers ale.
I'll take it.
Balxor's waiting outside.
Pretty much everybody shuffles out except for there's one guy left in there. He gives you guys a nod. Oh, you must be pretty hungry. Been traveling long?
Oh, I feel
Feels
like I
that way.
haven't eaten in years. Nom 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 nom. Oh, Sefris, we should probably get a room for our other travel companions.
Yes.
Right.
Kind of cold out here.
Well, I'm sure that gold is going to cover plenty. I'm Corin, by the way. I run the ferry to Lunsk. That very excited man there in the kitchen, that's my husband Lennox. We're happy to have you here at the inn tonight. Are you
It's good to
looking
meet you.
Oh, yeah, good to meet you. Were you looking to travel into Lunsk?
Perhaps. We want to wait till all of our companions come back together and figure out what we're gonna do from there.
All right, well, the ferry goes once a day. It's 5 gold each.
An insight on that. To see if maybe, because, just slap down a gold if that feels a little. Actually, I don't know if insight would be the proper thing to
Yeah,
know if that
insight would
feels
be
a little
right.
inflated. Okay.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
It is a little inflated, but he definitely feels justified, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, thank you, Corin. That's good to know. How long is the ferry ride?
About an hour.
Nom 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 nom. This is the best meal I've had in years.
Well, good. Glad you enjoy it.
All right, I'm gonna go up to a room and let Balxor in.
Okay. It's
I
a
think-
single story place, so all the
I think,
windows are ground level.
As long as I have the hood, I think I should be able to like make a quick dash through the lobby, I guess. So I don't
You
think I
guys-
need to come in through a window.
You guys notice that all the lights are like when they shine outside, they're shining through red panes. So all the glow outside is red and some gold. And even the lights on the inside they're candle color, but it's pretty dim. It's all just kind of like very lightly lit.
Nice. Cozy.
He brings out Lennox brings out the rest of the food. Well, we're gonna retire for the evening. If there's anything you need, just ring the bell there on the counter, and one of us will come out and help you out.
Can I take over my leftovers to my room?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
They nod.
I'll take food back to Balxor when we're done.
I was gonna say, actually, any food Sefris has, she hasn't touched, and she's just gonna give it to like Balxor and Secher.
Does Secher eat?
No, Secher absolutely does not eat.
I didn't think
Oh,
so.
okay. Well, then it's just more for Balxor then,
Yeah.
The tentacles
or for
are
Hassa
coming.
if she can join them.
We need to figure out a way that you can enjoy the fruits of mortality still.
Or me?
No, Sefris.
Oh.
I mean, clearly you could still eat and drink at least.
Yeah.
I mean, I could make a show of it, but
It's not about the show, it's about being a person.
I still feel like a person.
Well, good. I'm sure most vampires did at first.
I find your lack of belief in us disturbing. I'll have you know that I feel just as I ever have. Though
Good.
a bit more disheveled. As long as I'm maintaining my composure, I function essentially the same as a normal person. In some cases, even better.
I really believe that we're all going to do the best that we can to maintain ourselves, a hold on ourselves, even through whatever changes that have been inflicted on us.
Well, I have no doubts about my current self. I don't feel my mind growing distance. I don't feel out of control of my own body, save for. Well, I assume these are basically the equivalent of muscle spasms. I mean, think about it. I've been holding my composure for several days now. And none of you noticed.
The only time I suspected something was different was when I saw how you were able to wield a sword differently. But otherwise, I wouldn't have known.
I mean, I wasn't particularly trying hard to hide at that time, to be fair. Just sort of heat of the moment thing, you know? I thought those mask things were going to put up a bit more of a fight. They just kind of didn't really do much, which I was very surprised about. But we live and we learn. No offense.
None taken. Easier do you not find after being where you were? I mean, you were there a bit before we got there. Do you think that you've changed?
Yes, but not like you.
She nods.
I seem to have a deeper attunement to the elements.
Which ones?
The air, lightning, such things.
Huh. Sounds to me like you just missed them that much. I suppose we'll all find out in time.
I've heard of great shamans who could speak to the elements. Perhaps I will seek them out and consult my new abilities, about my new abilities.
Speak to elements?
Yes.
Like, you can speak to fire.
No, I can't, but I've heard of shamans who can do such things.
No.
Gain wisdom from the wind, the mountains, and the water.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say those were metaphors and not to be taken in the literal sense.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you can speak with the ground and learn of good to grow. You can listen to the air and gain knowledge of perhaps what tomorrow's weather will be like. You can read the flow of water. Communication is not only just verbal.
The wind, the mountains, and the water are ancient. They have much wisdom, more than simplistic things like you speak of.
It sounds a bit far-fetched for my learnings.
I could literally shoot lightning bolts out of my hands. And you're questioning whether someone out there can talk to ancient spirits within the mountains?
How long did it take you to learn to shoot lightning bolts out of your hands?
Well, years.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying
You
that
studied hard
shamans,
for that
it
power.
took them any less time. You're also a tentacle man, and she's a vampire. Again, you find it far-fetched that there are shamans out there that could speak to the spirits of the wind and the waters.
I find it far-fetched that the spirits of the wind and the waters exist in the first place.
You were just killed by a lich. You went to a dream realm, were resurrected, and then fought our way out of an undead land. And you question whether I don't know.
I question whether the wind and the water has an ego. I do not question the existence of spirits and fae. Secher here is quite the good example of a fae.
I don't know what he is.
I am not Fae.
You were created by such a being, though.
Yeah, but I'm not one of them.
I'm aware of this. But your mere existence confirms their existence.
Oh yeah, they exist.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm fully aware that they have an ego, a will.
Well, there are spirits of the elements, believe it or not.
I've seen elementals.
So
But I've never
you
seen
guys,
Spirits of the elements.
so
I've
you
never
guys
seen-
do talk on, and you can get right back to the role play. But some time passes as you talk, and eventually you hear a tapping at the door, and it's in half orc form Hassa.
Offer her a plate of food and gesture for her to come sit down.
I offer the pitcher of ale, which is probably like half drank by now.
I accept the food and nod and say thank you. And I shake my head at the ale. Just not in the mood for it.
Ah, more for me then.
Yeah, by all means. By all means. Boxy.
Hi, how you doing?
Boxy. How are you
You're
doing?
back to normal, I see.
I suppose. As normal as I can be. I see you are still morphing.
So it would seem, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure once I've had a good night's sleep, I'll be right as rain, hopefully.
Well, you're fine now, so, I mean, you're just tired. So we all
Yeah.
just need to get some rest. That's all.
Speaking of, I think I shall. I've had enough of a philosophical debates for the evening.
Oh, did I miss out on all the good stuff?
Tomorrow we'll discuss the human body. That's my area of expertise. That's what I know.
Hassa like pulls Balxor to the side and like I don't know how if there's like a way for like Hassa to kind of be able to use herself as a shield to the rest of the team members, but like his tentacly form really doesn't bother her. And she was gonna offer like if he would like to like sleep in tentacle form, she could like serve as a barrier to the
Oh,
rest of the group if
I
they're
have no
uncomfortable with it.
choice
Oh,
anymore.
okay.
I have no
Wow.
choice anymore.
Well, it doesn't bother me if that makes you feel any better.
It's excuse me. I have a tentacle in my lung.
Oh God.
It certainly does make me feel better. I get the feeling that a certain somebody isn't a fan of my demeanor. I'm not particularly too bothered by it. I've always known I've been different per se. Just it's never been this noticeable before. Aside from the scarring, of course.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, also from where he comes from, um, you know, not saying that it it's agreeable, but it is maybe where it's just what he knows. It's and he hasn't known you or me or Sefris for nearly as long as we've known each other. So
I don't intend to blame him for it, of course. I find
no,
his concerns
no,
entirely understandable. It's just a bit uncomfortable for me, that's all.
I understand, but
Though I do find his accusations of me being comfortable in my new form making me less human, dehumanizing.
well,
But I shall prove it to him with time.
mhm. Are we gonna take a slep?
I would like to rest now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I cast an alarm spell on our room before going to sleep.
Fantastic. Everybody.
I'm assuming that Balxor has a large blanket, so he will cover himself entirely with the blanket.
Easy enough. Right, everybody can take a long rest.
I think I could set them as to not set off if they like leave the room and come back. Let me look at it real quick. Yeah, I could designate creatures that won't set the alarm off. So them. I could set the alarm as a mental ping, which I will.
All right, you guys have the best sleep since all this has started. And you are not interrupted by anything except for the smell of freshly baked bread and frying bacon come morning.
Well, some of us slept.
Well, those of you that slept wonderful. The creepy dolls in the corner were creepy dolls in the corner.
Hey, Patches got a great night's sleep.
Oh yeah,
He's
Pat
been-
just slept real
been
good.
watching us all night in the corner, just motionless.
Yep,
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
just staring.
No, I have
Just
my
staring.
own room. I don't want to
No.
creep people out in the middle of the night.
No, I will yeet you all into the next universe. Get out of here.
I have my own room.
Puddle of fleshy tentacles, no problem. Doll guy,
They don't blink. It's weird.
Either do fleshy tentacles.
But they're fleshy tentacles. They're not supposed to blink.
My eyes are on
Duh.
the inside, okay?
Yeah,
that
that's
way
fine.
they maintain. That way they keep moist.
That's
Not
fine.
better.
No, not
Dude.
better.
Give me Cronenberg all day long, but keep your gosh dangus dolls away from me.
Noted. For
Now Curse of
Oh,
Strahd's gonna
Yep,
be
for
full
Curse
of
of
dolls.
I will cry. I will legit cry. Too many dolls.
Creepy doll room added.
all my artificer magic items are gonna be dolls.
That's rude. That's so rude.
That's gonna be like you how you can roll for a random item or pick one. Like mine's gonna be a doll.
Your trash items are all going to be dolls.
All dolls.
But because they're trash items, you keep throwing them away, and they keep coming
They
back.
keep coming back.
Do you genuinely like this universe? Do you? Well, too bad. Into the next one you go. Have a nice day.
Ooh, a doll universe. You must come over sometime.
all you have to do to save the world is to pick up the creepy doll and hold it.
I'll do it, but then I'm going to throw it on the ground and light it on fire.
You've heard the Creepy Doll song by Jonathan Colton, right?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Rude.
Does that song play in your head whenever we were like walking as a party and you look behind and you see Secher coming up behind you?
No, because I haven't actually heard the song because I say yes, so that way people don't make me listen to it.
New house rule. In order to level in this game, you have to listen to Creepy Doll by Jonathan
Oh my
Colton.
god, I need you to suck a giant Tootsie Roll, alright?
So you guys wake up the next morning refreshed, revitalized, and very much alive. Well, most of you.
Rude.
Wow.
Alive
He's
enough.
just so sassy today. So spicy.
Oh, of course. Obligatory.
55.
What this one do?
Oh no.
This one give me oh okay.
Oh.
No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Balxor wakes up and he's got some really bad like lower tentacle pain. Not that kind of lower tentacle, but like lower back pain, but in every tentacle.
Oof.
His movements are a bit stiff today.
It's like he's a bag of tentacles in a person suit.
Man, it's
Almost
almost like
as
that's
if.
exactly what he is. Oh man. Oh
Was it a Men in
jeez.
Black and Edgar suit?
That sounds about right, but with less bug.
Less bug, more tentacle.
Mm.
So what do you guys do?
I say we don't pay that outrageous ferry price. It's an hour ferry. I'm sure that's just a day's walk.
I mean,
Somebody
Is it a
that
ferry,
has survival can check that out.
Not me.
Oh, I have survival.
Just
Oh, come on. I saw
it's
it.
okay. I got you.
Foxy to the wind.
Sefris and Balxor can tell that with the type of terrain going around the lake, how big the lake is, and how the group moves, it's going to be a 3-day walk around. There's a reason why there's a ferry.
Be about 3 days, I think.
Yeah, I concur. 3 days and some rough terrain, and the threat of whatever the hell that bear guy was warning us about.
I'm good with a ferry.
Anyone good at talking them down?
I'm a barbarian.
Yeah,
How
I
much
could
was it?
ask him a question.
I'm not so good. The
Yeah, I'm
talking
not.
down either.
I'm not so sure we should, threaten the guy that's gonna be taking us on a boat ride.
He said
I
it's
thought we'd
5
be on
gold a
bikes,
person.
man. That does seem a little exorbitant. Just a little.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an innkeeper in Ostoya. Can you blame him?
Well,
I mean,
we could talk about this after my bacon. I go out to get bacon.
yeah. I could do with a bite myself.
That gold definitely has bought you dinner for the group as well, or lunch or breakfast for the group as well.
Okay.
The prices are really like 2 copper for 3 eggs, 3 bacon, and a bread. So
Nice.
you gave them a gold.
Hassa definitely piles her plate with some like just like a lot of eggs and just grabs like a handful of bacon
Well,
and
they
some like,
serve the plates.
oh dang it. Can't
But
be
it's
a
okay
heathen.
because she can have Sefris's, while Sefris will go outside and clean her weapon or otherwise busy herself.
The upside to having a vampire in your party, they don't eat.
Get their food.
Yeah, we can survive without food. At least most of us. Some of us.
I'm gonna take Secher's breakfast.
They gave him the child portion.
Yeah.
They put the plate
Along
in
with
front of
a
Secher.
set of crayons and an activity sheet.
They put the plate in front of Secher, and Balxor's like, "You won't be needing that."
I ask for a loaf of bread too.
Yeah, they'll set a loaf of bread up on the counter for you.
Bread.
Bread good.
I dip the bread in my ale. I eat the bread.
Like, Sefris
Balxor
will
looks at
definitely
you
make a little bit of a
concerned.
show. Oops, sorry.
He just looks at him concerned about his bread dipping ways.
She'll
Just kinda
definitely
mouth.
like move some stuff around on her plate with her fork, and then be like, "Oh, couldn't eat another bite," and then go outside.
Give me a deception.
Be better than a 1. Come on.
You can do it. You can do it. Yeah.
That's better than a 1.
There you go. Like, if you guys didn't know better, you would have sworn she ate some.
And she's trying to make it a conscious effort to breathe.
Yeah, easy enough.
Well, the way she got away with it is she would put her hands down and Patches would be there to take the food out of them.
There we go.
It's like, don't mind if I do.
Yes.
Take that, Sir Taters.
Would it be okay if we took a quick 5?
Yeah, I was actually about to say we're going to do a quick 5-minute break, and then we will resume. So we will be right back. We are back. All right. Here we go. So you guys are chowing down on your breakfast. Sefris stepped outside and started cleaning her weapons. Sefris, you see several miners loading carts onto the ferry.
Can't kind of tell what cargo it is.
It's all covered.
Gotcha. She'll just kind of watch him, and while she's going through the motions of cleaning everything. Well, she's genuinely cleaning, but while she's just going through the ritual, I should say, of cleaning stuff.
All right, I'm gonna join Sefris outside.
All right. You see that the ferry is large enough for two of these big carts. They're horses, and about you'd guess 10 passengers. You see that the ferry is propelled by a water wheel in the back of the boat that's powered by a small but stout donkey.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the word donkey without thinking of Shrek.
Yeah.
I am ruined.
I think of Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, donkey.
That'll do.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
And of course, it's Ostoya, so the daytime is just a slightly less dark nighttime.
Cozy.
Balxor,
We're in a moderate Alaska.
Balxor emerges from the inn, belly bulging slightly. That was a good meal. Best I've had in
was.
ages. I'm actually ready for the day for once, though I guess a day isn't ready for me just yet. I'll have to wait a little bit longer to see the sun.
Does seem true. Hassa lets out like a large belch and just puts a hand on her stomach as she just takes a deep breath. That was good. Very good.
It's the second best meal I've had in many years.
Wouldn't it also be the second meal you've had in many years?
Apparently.
Fresh meal.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we make our way to the ferry then?
Shouldn't we wait? for
Did the ferry leave yet?
Nope. The ferry goes once a day at noon.
It's a pretty big ferry.
The question is, why is it 5 gold coin? Is that price gouging, or is it?
I mean, 3 days versus an hour?
Well, I mean, yes, but there's also 5 gold coins.
Probably is price gouging.
Is he just the only option?
Oh yeah, he is the only option.
It's not like there's any dangers in the lake, right?
I don't know. We're in Ostoya.
Well, we're not going to swim it.
Well, obviously not, but
Actually,
if he's
I started
charging,
thinking
it must be risky, right?
I can make a boat out of ice and propel us across the lake. No, it wouldn't be big enough to hold us all.
Perhaps seeing the size of our group, he'll give us a discount.
I hope so.
Doesn't
Suppose
hurt
I'll
to
ask him
ask.
what the dangers are. Yeah. I suppose
I
could-
probably shouldn't be the one asking.
Sefris still ask.
All right. You guys approach, or
Yes.
Sure.
you see Corin helping guide the second cart onto the ferry. Morning, you lot. Decide whether you're going to Luskin or not.
I think we are looking to head that way. I was wondering if maybe with the size of our group, and if we maybe help load or unload these carts, we could look at something a little different than 5 apiece.
All right, so you're trying to haggle, so persuasion.
Okay.
Applicable. He doesn't, he kind of like just stops and just kind of sighs, but like he doesn't get angry or anything at the haggling. He says, we charge what we do to outsiders because we have to offset the cost of the tithe. That's why it's as much as it is.
What's the tithe?
To the Agliquif.
I look at the party.
I'm gonna roll
Who's
a history.
You think you might have heard the name, but you're not. You don't know quite where. That's something
I'll just
anybody
ask
can
him.
roll if they want to.
Also, who's the Aegys?
The Aegys is this troll-like woman. She lives down in Glosswater Lake here. We have to give a tithe to be able to pass safely. The tithe is not cheap. And anyone who tries to skirt that tithe or offer something paltry, well, they typically find themselves drowned or eaten.
We weren't aware. I meant no offense.
I'm not offended. I understand. It's a steep price, but so is the price of the tithe. If you have items of value, she accepts those rather than pure coin. That could help offset the cost of the tithe.
Personally, I'm fine with paying the coin.
What if we just deal with the troll? As I whisper to the group.
I'm
That's what
also
I'm thinking.
more than happy to do that. I admit I am rather curious as to how powerful such a creature can be. I can't say I've ever faced one before.
Well, To give you an idea, there used to be more than one fairy.
Well, I could think of fairy.
Yeah,
It'd
but
take
why
me a
would
while.
nobody else? Why would no other fairies step up after? Maybe once you get to Lunsk, seek out the mayor. He might have some more information for you about the Igliquid or any other issues in the area.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll pay the tithe for now.
Appreciate it.
Maybe we'll come back later and deal with the troll then. Once we've got a bit more of a solid foundation.
Give him some of that freshly cleaned of blood out of a weird room. 25 gold pieces.
Freshly prestidigitationed.
Yes.
So you guys
Can't
pay up.
accept that. It's blood money.
Yeah, I see a little bit of blood on it. It sends a signal, a message.
in Ostoya, it just makes you look like you're not very careful and maybe looking to get bit.
We'll let the
You
bite
guys-
suffer.
So you guys pay your toll. They finish loading up the cart, and a few miners join you guys. And at noon exactly, the ferry launches, starts heading across the large lake. About halfway across, Corin slows the ferry and shouts to the miner to pay the tithe. Two miners haul a large wrapped bundle from one of the ore carts. When they unwrap it, you see the carcass of a deer and sacks of ore tied to its legs. Then they push the whole thing overboard. And the carcass quickly sinks below the dark water. People are welcome to make a perception check if they wish.
Yeah.
Right. The DC is 20. So Hassa sees a large humanoid with flowing black hair and oversized glinting eyes swim up from the darkness, wrap long fingers around the carcass, and then disappear back into the darkness.
Hassa just is looking overboard. She sees this and turns around. She looks at the group and she looks at Asir and she goes, They're just some things you just can't deal with here. Also, I'm not a strong swimmer. Nothing is. Well, it was interesting. That's what it was. It was also very terrifying. But the thing, yes, I can see why it sunk a ship without magical powers.
Oh, it probably has magical powers. Most things do.
Things do, yes, but I can also see how it would have done it without said magical powers, is all I'm saying.
It was
Right.
that big?
Was it that big?
I mean, it was large, like a large humanoid, so probably Yeah, she's large, like a giant size.
Like, I don't know about where or what you're familiar with. She's a giant, basically.
I'm familiar with giants.
Giants can fall.
They can, but she also can swim. And
That
might
does
I
make it
bring you
complicated.
back to the previous point in case? I don't feel like I'm a strong swimmer.
Yes, we would definitely have to think our strategy on that one well.
Possible to just light the water on fire? She like genuinely looks at the people that seem like they would know more about this.
Anything under the surface of the water wouldn't be affected by lighting the surface on fire.
Can we light the not surface?
I feel like
I could fill it with
I would just make
lightning.
it mad.
Fire typically isn't the best tool to use in underwater, I would think.
I'm not sure you could channel enough lightning to make any meaningful impact on anything in here. It's a
Oh,
rather
well,
large lake, isn't it not?
I'm not trying to fill the whole lake with lightning. That would be really a lot of lightning.
Yeah. It would be exactly 1 unit of a lot of lightning. I'm sorry, I just had to share that thought process that came through my head.
2.2 gigawatts.
But yes, it being underwater does make it complicated.
But yeah, well, I suppose maybe we'll figure it out when we get to town.
Who knows? Maybe we'll go fishing at some point.
Fresh fish is delicious.
I wasn't thinking about catching fish, but
Oh. Well. Fine, more fish for me.
I mean,
apparently, I mean, according to what you just told me, there's a whopper in this lake. So
we killed
Hey.
a giant crocodile, undead crocodile thing.
We couldn't eat that though.
I feel like there were more.
No, I'm comparing our ability to fight things in the water, not eating.
We had
Wait,
a
are you
much
saying
better
you want
chance
to
with
eat
No.
the troll?
No one's saying that.
I mean, if it's got meat,
All I'm saying is we had significantly better chances against a non-humanoid opponent in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, I'm just saying, we had a boat then,
We have a boat now.
a very sturdy boat then.
This is a barge.
With other people on it.
That thing
Yeah.
has sunk several barges already.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is that thing clearly has intellect.
It's
Le
true.
Crocodile did not.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Which is why I said we should think about it. Come on, Balxor. You were just all about this a minute ago.
I was all about it until I realized it was hanging out in the water. I thought it'd be hanging out around the water, or like
Oh no,
maybe,
I
maybe
figured
like,
a troll hag in the middle of the lake that was probably in the water. That made sense.
I did not think it would be in the water. I thought it'd just be like near the water, or maybe just going for a quick swim. Maybe
The thing I fear
surface.
is if we attack it and aren't able to kill it, it gets away, and then we leave, and it takes its anger out on the people here. That would be tragic.
Sure, tragic. I, for one, don't care about them that much. We'll come back when we're stronger, or when we have a means to get it out of the water.
Did you say you don't care about them?
No, it.
Can you guys see the town map?
I cannot. It says I don't have a token with vision.
I'm gonna reload. Yeah, because it's
I
just black.
reloaded a few times.
It'll be something on my end. Give me a sec. Not all of this I can test beforehand. So can you see it now?
I see the town.
Yes.
So this is Lunsk. The town of Lunsk is built from the timber harvested in the forests around the lake. You see the red tinted glass windows with the dim light coming out. You see smoke coming from pyres that you can see one or two of as you approach the docks that are on the border of town, lighting up the border between the town and the forest. You see guards very attentively patrolling those areas as well. But you go to the docks. The docks of Lunsk span the edge of the Glasswater as well as the eastern banks of the lower Tidewater that travels south to empty into the bay, then the Great Eastern Sea beyond. There is one other boat docked here at the moment. Otherwise, there's nothing in the slips. The ferry docks and they start unloading.
Even though it didn't give her a discount, Sefris will still offer help.
They accept the help.
Okay.
Balxor's just sort of sitting around, trying to get a vibe for the town.
What if we could harpoon it and pull it onto the boat?
I don't fancy having a tug of war with that thing.
Well, there's 5 of us and 1 of it.
And what boot? And what boot do you have? Boat do you have? Corin says.
Oh,
And what boat do you have?
We'll figure something out. We're just brainstorming.
I mean, you are. I'm content with leaving it be.
It's terrorizing these poor people.
Terrorizing is a strong word. I'd say strong arming.
Now, is this thing a troll or a hag?
It's both.
It's both? Okay.
We don't know,
Troll
really.
hag.
We just have the description of her.
Which was troll hag.
Yep.
Well, I am not going to sit here and brainstorm faulty ideas all night. All
Faulty?
day. Well, I don't see any method of us combating it just yet. Nor do I have confidence in the strength to combat it just yet. I would like some more information based on.
Well,
things.
he said to talk to the mayor.
Exactly. Where might said mayor be? May I ask?
Hassa
Yes,
turns
Corin?
and
Yeah.
Well, if he's not at his manor, maybe he's at the inn.
Where is his manor?
Where is the inn?
Or the inn, for that matter?
Kind of gestures a couple blocks that way is the inn.
All right, we'll go there first, and then probably we can ask for more directions from there, I guess.
We could tie heavy rocks to the harpoon ropes, throw them off the opposite end of the boat, and like a pulley, pull it up to the surface.
Hassa thanks the
That's an
the
idea.
Corin and
Balxor just
and
done with your idea. He's not paying attention anymore.
Hassa
Sefris
just
liked it.
and and just looks at Isir and is just like, well, we gotta get details first before we can do anything. I can't. We just woke up like 2 hours ago.
Am I doing anything?
No, but we don't even know if it's an issue that they want us to. There might be more things pressing. Like we don't even know.
Okay.
So I don't know. Just lots of thoughts about what we could potentially be doing.
AKA, drop it for now. We'll come back to it later.
Is my brainstorming disturbing you?
Not particularly. It's just while you offer decent suggestions, it's just there's a lot we don't know currently, and I prefer to take my fights with a bit more
And I said,
certainty.
that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So save the planning for when we need to do the planning.
I'm always planning.
So you guys head up the row.
Yep.
Oh yeah, after she's done helping them unload, then she's ready to go.
You guys head up the row, and you find yourself in front of a small building with a sign that says the Tidewater Tavern. Inside, inside you see 6 tables. You see some small steps down into what looks like a kitchen, and then some rooms off to the side that look like they're available for rent. There are 4 people in here. There's two individuals sitting off by themselves. They look to be hunters. One a woman, the other one you're not so sure. They're talking quietly, and you also see two men. One standing by the back booth, chatting with a well-dressed gentleman sitting at the table.
Maybe the mayor?
Would
I
make
like
sense.
whisper to the group.
Could be. Is there a barkeeper present?
It's all those 4 people are the only ones that you see.
Gotcha.
I mean, there's only one way to find out. Let's go ask him.
It's true.
I don't particularly want to do it.
I'm not one to normally approach strangers very often. When we used to hunt monsters, we had a skald with us who would do such things.
Do we remember the mayor's name?
He didn't say.
Gotcha.
Oh God, he's probably dead of old age now. I bow my head and shake it a bit.
The fate of all that lives is to die, after all.
Alright, so if this guy is the mayor, do we just want to ask him about the thing in the lake? Or
To ask him for work.
As you guys are
Okay.
sorting things out, he saunters over, the gentleman in the fine dress. Hello, I am Rocher Duquesne, the mayor. I couldn't help but notice there's a certain air about you, adventuring types, I believe, mercenaries, perhaps. Am I
You can think of
correct?
it as such, yes.
you are correct. We didn't want to interrupt your conversation, but we are interested in any work that you might have around town.
Of course. Thank you. That was actually what I was about to ask you. If I could perhaps hire you for some work, would you mind accompanying me to my manor where we can speak of such sensitive things?
Of course.
He nods with a bit of a smile and leads the way out of the tavern and starts heading up the muddy street. As you guys walk a little ways, a young woman approaches you guys in a clean but tattered dress, and she kind of holds up her hand. She's like, "Please, could you help me?" And Duquesne says, "Pay the beggar woman no heed and move on."
Hassa flips her a gold coin on the down low.
Balxor just moved on.
I'm sorry, I don't need your gold. Thank you. Never mind.
Oh, what do you need?
Uh, I'm sorry for presuming, but you're definitely not from here, so I thought maybe you were travelers, and if you traveled, maybe you went through Riven?
Are you looking for someone?
I am. I've not heard from my beloved Verdun in some time. He lives in Riven, and that's not a trek that a young woman like me can make easily. But I fear that he's not well, that he's not all right. I've not heard from him. I haven't heard any messages of any sort, and I haven't run into anybody who had come that way.
We have not come from Riven either.
If you find yourself in Riven and you seek out Vedran, just tell him that I needed to know that he was all right, and he should offer you some lodging for helping me out. I'm Libena Duslav, but he would call me Libby. He would know me as Libby, and my friends call me Libby. So he should know that we are on good terms.
Libby. Okay, Libby. If we find ourselves, we'll be sure to make check-in for you with Verdun.
Thank you. I'm so grateful.
Yes, of course.
She bows and scurries off. Duquesne still looks a little disgusted, but continues on. You guys approach the family home, which is right where my cursor is. It's one of the better looking buildings here. It's a 2-story wooden house near the center of town. Though it's similar in size to the houses around it, the interior, as you go in, are appointed with furs and intricately carved wooden furniture. A large fire burns in a fireplace in the large central sitting room, warming the space and pushing back the darkness. Heavy curtains cover the windows and prevent light from being seen from the street. Let's see. As you guys enter, a woman greets you and offers you refreshment. She introduced herself as Marina Duquesne, Roche's wife, and says if you need anything, you have not but to ask.
Thank you.
She excuses herself.
Is there wine?
There is.
I drink the wine.
It's a very dry wine.
Mm. Ask them if they have anything sweeter.
We have a dessert wine we could bring you.
Dessert wine. This is fine.
You, of course. You guys are then led into the main room with the fire, and there, Mayor Duquesne takes a seat and motions for you all to take a seat if you'd like. There's various couches and chairs.
Sefris will take a seat.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit down.
As does Hassa.
So how did you make your way to our town? Was it by land or by the ferry?
It was
I
by
would
the
travel by
ferry.
ferry.
Then you've already heard of her. Maybe even seen her?
Yes.
That monstrous thing has been holding our town under its clawed, taloned thumb for generations. Started when Eliza Duquesne, one of my forebears, somehow enraged her. Perhaps it was a insulting offering or some other trespass, but Eliza was cursed, turned into a twisted monster. Of course, we had to put Eliza down. The town had to, and the exorbitant tithe has been in place ever since. Nobody crosses the lake without paying that tithe. If nobody crosses the lake at all, a tithe is expected every month of a large sum. And these good people live in fear of this monster. And I can't abide that. My guards are busy keeping the town safe from the wolves and other monsters in the dark of the wood. So we're unable to deal with the Ghostfire ourselves. But I'll pay you gold. I'll pay your favors I'll pay you handsomely if you kill this wretched beast.
Is there anything that we should know? Or anything that you have details on about her otherwise?
All I know is breathing doesn't seem to concern her. She has immense strength. She is possibly the most cunning beast I have ever seen.
Does she ever seem to come to land?
Heard stories of her coming to the shore. Not often, only on special times, certain celestial events. Nothing recent, nothing soon.
What happens if the tithe isn't paid?
The killing starts again.
She comes to shore then.
Anybody near the water dies. Unfortunately, the water keeps this town alive. The trade comes down from the tithe water on the other side of the river. That brings us our supplies and money and the fish, of course. Our livelihood is in that water.
Understood. So our
Has
combat
anybody-
options are limited.
Could we convince Corin to let us use his ferry for this?
I doubt that. That's he and his husband's main source of income. The inn doesn't make a lot. Not a lot of visitors stay there. Now there's rumors that she lives in some sort of cave under the lake. These could be rumors, they could be truth, I don't know. But if that's possible, then maybe it's in her lair where you can find her and dispatch her.
We will have to see.
We would have to know exactly where this lair was.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to put that in the thing.
It's a big lake. We can't just walk along the bottom and look for a lair.
But
But if we waited for our friends to catch up, Jay could likely explore the water better than any of us.
well, I can send Lei Stung.
He's
Somehow
not
I
gonna be able to
doubt.
dive down to the bottom of the lake.
Lei Stung
Stone
doesn't
doesn't look.
breathe.
He also doesn't look like the most aquatic creature. I don't think he could move very swiftly.
He doesn't breathe?
No. He doesn't eat either. I've tried feeding him. He did no interest, really.
Okay.
He's just a part of me. Hassa agrees with Sefris though. After the fact though, she's like, yeah, having our shape-shifty friend would probably be a pretty cool idea.
I think going into that water after it's suicide.
I agree.
I think we need to get Corin's barge to bribe him or something, and we need to bring it up out of the water.
There were 2 boats in that docking area, right? Who does
Yeah,
the
but we
second
need
boat belong to?
we need a big boat.
Oh, maybe we don't. Maybe we just need to make an offering.
Hmm?
Well, I mean, Hassa's already seen it once, right? Who's to say
Yeah.
that we can't track them under the water?
Well, yeah, we could bring it up with an offering, but we won't be able to pull it up out of the
Oh,
water without a big enough boat.
assuming that the tales are true and they are bringing the offering to somewhere,
We
there would
could.
be some. They must be taking the offering someplace to store them, to stash.
Right, but it'd be under the water.
Not
Right, but
necessarily. Not necessarily.
You think it has like a shore cave?
A shore cave, or perhaps like an underwater cave that rises out. I don't think it would spend all of its time underwater.
it didn't look aquatic per se.
It's a troll, even with its aquatic abilities, it's nonetheless a troll.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that. It's just because
They called it a troll hag.
and these people understand monster physiology. I mean, I doubt that.
Sometimes you have to take people at their word.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
But we have to go off of the information that we have, and it was not aquatic by nature based on what I saw. And while I'll admit I am not a monster expert, it still is reasonable to see that there might be an underwater cave system that has airways. I'm not saying that breathing seems to bother her that it would need to, because again, you're right, we don't know what we're dealing with, but
Well, they said that it doesn't need to breathe.
they said breathing does not seem to concern it, which means it either has a network of breathing tunnels underneath that it is very familiar with, or
It is entirely possible that it doesn't need to breathe underwater.
yeah, like there's a
Yeah.
multitude of things that could cause it, but like we could at least try and get a better look at it by
But just
making an offering.
because it doesn't need to breathe underwater doesn't mean it feels comfortable underwater, not breathing.
Mhm.
You're right. We need to get a better look at it. I need to get a better look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe seeing about getting not necessarily this would be like a let's go take a look see, so that way maybe everybody else can get a better look at it, and make another offering to kind of better make an assessment of what we need to do.
So get a better look at it, like you want to maybe ride the ferry again.
Yeah, I think that's probably the safest bet.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, besides that, it'll allow us to potentially get back and maybe meet up with everyone again eventually.
The bear's still been in the room with us this whole time, right?
Yep.
Sefris will look at him. So clearly we're interested.
I see.
You're a fishing town, right? You have harpoons.
Among other
Big ones?
trading and hunting, but no, that's net fishing.
Of course. That'd be too easy. Okay, we'll think of something else.
Oh, wait. What's it? Is Smith's tool what I think it is? Is that the ability to like make weapons?
The ability to craft, yeah.
Okay. Would I be able to craft harpoons during our next rest?
Not in one rest, and not unless you had a forge.
Roger. At the is there a forge around here?
The blacksmith.
Oh, okay. I could potentially make harpoons.
We need a lot of good metal.
Well, we can always go see what the blacksmith has and see what we can work with.
You
Okay.
are aware that we just traveled on a boat that had a bunch of ore on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have metal.
I mean, working ore into metal takes a lot of effort.
It does, but it's not like we can rush down the goal that we need to do. This is going to take quite a bit of planning, so I mean, it's just good to know our options, and if need be, I can fashion a harpoon.
There's another side of this that I think we haven't considered either.
Hmm.
Well, this thing is intelligent. In my experience, intelligent creatures that lord over an area have minions. Spies in the town,
My
cultists, something.
my guess would be that if this thing had minions, it would have them collect the tithe.
Why? That would expose them. They'd be lynched and killed on land, and then it would lose its minions.
Oh,
Plus,
you
it's
mean
not as nearly as scary.
human minions? No, no, no.
Yes, like in the
I-
town.
An interesting theory.
That doesn't sound.
Yeah,
complete.
I don't get humans that worship vampires and liches and other monsters either, but they do it all the time. This is a thing that's been terrorizing this region for generations. You don't think a few people have thought, well, maybe I should be on its side?
I doubt it because I don't think it's on their side.
Hell, there's not much logic when it comes to worshiping monsters.
You'd be surprised. These things are normally done when their lives are at stake. Their lives are not at stake. They just have to sacrifice a few things to it. Their profit is at stake, but not their lives.
When you're poor and you have nothing else to lose, worshiping something terrible tends to be the way people go.
In your
I
experience, not in mine.
Well, from what I've heard about Estonia, it's even worse than where I come from.
I look at the mayor to see his reaction to that
Same.
last statement.
Oh, he just is listening raptly to this exchange. People, you guys can give an insight when it comes to the mayor.
Can't seem to bring up my skill check. Should I refresh?
It's
Or...
because we don't have a token on the map.
Yeah,
You don't have
we
a
don't have a
token. You got to
token.
use your sheet.
Hey,
Oh, I did.
banana.
I got a 20.
It's DC.
I'm sorry, did you say perception or insight?
Insight.
Insight.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Let's see. 13 or higher. Duquesne isn't lying explicitly about any of this, but he's kind of sleazy. He comes off kind of his friendly veneer. It definitely cracked when that girl was asking for help, but he's kind of a slime ball. So when he looks kind of like almost entertained by your guys' back and forth, that might kind of inform that a little.
I think maybe we should discuss tactics later. But yes, we are interested in the job.
We'll have more for you when we have a solid plan.
Of course, thank you.
It'll obviously take some time for us to plan to, undertake such a huge task. In the meantime, is there a job board for any other work there may be around town?
Not that I know of. There might be individuals that need help, but I don't know any of it.
Very well then.
I appreciate your information. And I suppose we can figure out what we need to do next, and what steps we want to take. So we will be back to you once we have a more solid plan.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, the Tidewater Tavern, good place to stay?
The only place to stay.
Good to know.
He bids you all adieu and leads you out.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course, thank you for your help.
Okay, when we're outside near the lake, I want to try to cast sense the primeval awareness that I put in earlier to see if I sense any fae.
Well, let me know where you guys are going, and I'll let you know if it's by the lake. Because right now you guys are in the center of town.
Yeah, we're not near water.
Well, when we're going near the water to get to the tavern, right?
You guys got to tell me if that's where you're going. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Tavern's fine with me.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Tavern works. I'd like a place where we can discuss things a little more privately.
Balxor will sort of nod and say the tavern's probably the best place to go. I'm gonna go back to the docks though real quick. I gotta mull some things over.
All right. The tavern is real near the docks, but not right at the docks. Well, it is, but like, it's there. So you're not on the docks; you're just by them. Primeval awareness does not ping within the mile for you right now.
It doesn't ping
except
any
for
fae?
Myra. Myra, it pings celestial.
What does primeval awareness do again? Is it aberrations as well?
Yep. So I guess you would ping too.
Ping me. Yeah, I bet
and Sefris would ping.
Okay, but nothing comes up fae.
No.
Okay, I breathe a sigh of relief.
He's like, aberration, celestial, vampire, no problem.
Oh, I'm not judgy about that, but I was really trying to
elemental
see if
pings
the
as
thing
well.
in the lake was the fae.
No, that's a good move.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? Sorry?
Elemental pings as well.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yep.
We all a thing.
Is Corin still here?
No. The fairy do be gone. You guys make your way back to the tavern, and those two people are still in there. And the guy that was standing and talking to the mayor is behind the counter.
Greetings.
To who?
She hails the guy behind the counter.
He looks up and gives a wave. Welcome.
Are there any rooms available for the night?
Yeah, we have rooms. We have 2 rooms. Room plus breakfast, 6 silver a night. You do 5 nights and pay up front. It's 4 silver a night.
I think that's a
Good
pretty
to know.
good deal.
I'd like to go ahead and get those 2 rooms that you have available now for the evening.
All right, one night. Would you like breakfast in the morning or just the room?
Breakfast in the morning as well.
6 silver.
She'll pay him.
Good. It's the on the end of the hall there to the right will be the room. Anything for lunch? Dinner? Early dinner?
Yes. What do you have?
We got sausage, eggs. We have beans, fish soup, venison stew, roasted rabbit, and brown gravy. Of course, we got bread.
Bread and the rabbit. That sounds good.
You want the gravy?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's 3 silver.
Give him 3 silver. Do you have mead?
We have brown barley ale and we have wine.
Let me try your wine.
Right? You want a pitcher or you want a cup?
I just want to try it.
Oh, here, have a little sip here. He pours a little into a small cup. It's not the dry wine that the mayor had, but
Okay.
it's not like a dessert wine. It's kind of middle ground sweetness.
It's like,
Nice tannins in the back of the palate.
well, he doesn't have that kind of a palate, but he'll drink a pitcher. He'll take a pitcher.
2 silver for the pitcher.
How much money do I even have? I don't think I have much money.
So tosses 2 silver at the
Oh, you
at
you-
the counter.
You
Mhm.
gave me the Circlet of Blasting.
Yeah, it's in your inventory. You can do
Yeah,
with
so
it what you want.
I just saw that. Trade it for food.
I get what, a sandwich for this? All right.
Hassa,
That sounds fair.
right? Hassa just goes ahead and tosses 4 silver at the innkeeper and says, "Go ahead and hand him 2. He's had a long trek."
Sets up another pitcher.
How about before you get to the second picture? How about you hold that one for later in your bedtime?
Very well.
What I wouldn't do for a horn of mead.
Not a lot of honey in Ostoya, sorry to say.
It's too bad. This is good though. Thank you.
Of course. You're not be needing anything else. I'll be just in the kitchen there.
Mhm. Oh, can
Thank
I
you.
also get a order of the sausage and eggs and a rabbit and gravy as well?
That'll be 5 silver.
Of course, I pay him.
Anything else before I head back to cook that up?
No, that'll be all. Thank you.
He looks at all the others. Or I guess just Secher, because Balxor is outside, right?
I just
Mhm.
ordered for Balxor.
All right, but Balxor's outside is what I'm confirming.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Okay. He heads to the kitchen.
I am pondering the water surface.
It is silvery in mirror light.
Sefris, what do you think
Yeah.
we would have to offer Corin to as collateral to borrow his barge?
I don't know that we have that kind of money. Yeah, I think it's his livelihood, and it's not only his. I mean, the both of these towns seem very dependent on that barge.
Yeah, but ultimately another one could be built for what, 100 gold pieces probably. We have gems. I'm just thinking strategy here. I don't think of another way that we could get that thing out of the water. Actually, we should stop talking about it here. Never mind.
He'll look around to see if anybody else was tuning into their conversation.
The two people sitting at the table in the corner do keep looking up, but you can't tell if they're eavesdropping or if they're just eyeing you guys up.
And these two people, it was a man and a woman, right?
There's a woman and another person you couldn't really discern.
Gotcha.
Take our food to the room. Have a nice talk there.
Sounds good.
I'll wait in the lobby for the food and for Balxor.
Well, I was waiting for my
Ba-
food. Yeah.
Balxor.
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 Balxor. I'll maybe get it.
Never. Just say it wrong on purpose from now on.
No, I legitimately try so hard, but sometimes my brain just doesn't like it. Like, well, not specifically that name, but like certain word
Okay, I get it. I
combinations.
change it, gee.
No, don't. Fine, I just don't know how to speak.
Let's call him B Dog.
What a B-dog.
Exactly.
The food actually comes up pretty quickly. The rabbit's already cooked, and the gravy's already in a pot. So just frying some eggs and heating up some sausage is no time.
Cool. Yeah, I'll take it to the room.
I'll carry back what I have and just kind of set it aside so that way Balxor
Nice.
can pick what he would like to have
Nailed it.
once he gets back.
While they're kind of walking, like Sefris will act like she's picking a piece of bread off the plate. I mean, she'll actually take a piece of bread off somebody's plate and then be like, "Oh, this smells great." But then as soon as they get out of eyesight, put it right back on their plate.
I'm like, damn right, that's my bread. Nom nom nom. carry all the food on my shield. I would love for us to be able to, once we get to the room, like, I would love for us to be able to find some cave that just leads down to this thing's lair. I just don't think that's likely. Plus, there's like miles of terrain around this lake to search that could take us weeks.
You're not wrong. Hey, what do we know about so with a curse? Can a curse be passed down through generations?
That would be an
I would
arcana
assume
check.
so. I mean, I don't know, but
Sefris is asking that because Arcana, definitely not her thing.
I'll roll.
Some curses, sure.
Curses are like snowflakes. Everyone's different.
I see.
Are you implying that the mayor may still be cursed in some way?
It makes me kind of wonder.
Could we try talking to the monster?
I thought about that.
Like, if when we make an offering, we try and communicate with it and see what we could offer. Because in all honesty, if it wants the mayor, did anybody else get as creeped out by that mayor as I was creeped out by that mayor? That mayor is a scumbag.
He was creepy, but not sacrificed to a monster creepy. Just, I don't know. I think that's pretty extreme.
I'm just saying, simple solution, save the many in lieu of one.
That's not a very good way to think about it. I mean, we risk ourselves, but that's different than risking others. We make that choice. If we had a scald amongst our ranks, talking to it would probably be a pretty good option. But we don't. We couldn't even convince a ferryman to reduce his pay. I mean, the cost to cross a lake.
Well, I mean, with valid reason, if they did not have enough to cover the cost of the lake crossing, then
I have seen scalds talk babies out of their mother's arms before. It is reducing the cost of a lake passage is something we should be able to do if we're going to also talk a lake troll into giving up on its generational curse. I just don't think reasoning with it is within our bailiwick.
we could use the guise of talking to it.
That is what I was thinking when I said I was thinking about trying to talk to it. We could possibly get out of the water.
Yes. We could ask for negotiation. If it's, I mean, it's clever.
It is supposedly clever.
That is not my forte. Hassa strong. Hassa of average intelligence.
He did say it was clever. He said it was more than clever, incredibly smart. In fact, he had a lot of nice things to say about it.
That's
The
true.
mayor or
The mayor, yeah.
yeah. Told you he was skeezy. What did I
He
tell
was.
you?
He was.
Remember, you also got the impression that he wasn't lying.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he's not a liar. Like he's very. I would very much like to dunk him into the lake to clean him a lot. He's not a very.
Well, he could very well be a liar. He just wasn't lying.
Well, yeah. Rephrase my wording to mean that. Yes. Insert that there.
The problem is, well, one problem is any sort of, let's say we convince Corin to borrow his barge, put up some collateral for it or something. We set up an elaborate trap, put some pulleys together, some big rocks, harpoon this thing to pull, get ready to harpoon this thing, pull out of the water. If it has 1 minion in town, it's gonna know, because it's gonna be impossible to hide this get up as we build it here on the shore. So if it has 1 minion, one person watching us, it's gonna know the whole trap before we go out there.
Is there any way? I mean, I guess the biggest thing is to maybe take a couple days to survey things.
It's gonna take way more than a couple days to survey the coastline.
Well, regardless, survey nonetheless. Like I meant, like the town, to see if there's any unusual activity. That will be much faster than trying to scout an entire coast.
Right, obviously. We could try to look for these, for any sort of minions that might have.
So
If
an
it has
interject
any.
real quick. Is Balxor doing anything other than just chilling?
He is pondering his what schemes he can think of.
Okay.
He will.
I
He
just
will
said-
at this go to return though.
Okay, cool. I just didn't want you to just be out there waiting for me or anything.
No. I was. Well, I was thinking.
You
Yeah.
are pondering ponderances of pondering ponderings.
Most of those thoughts went to semi-fishing, but it doesn't really work when a creature's intelligent.
Not true. Pigs are intelligent. You can fish them with a carrot, maybe. Oh no, I saw it in a cartoon once.
I don't think I would consider pigs that intelligent.
They're actually really smart. That's
Oh
rude.
no,
How dare you?
don't get me wrong. They're smart when they're smart when they're trained to be smart. But I'm talking troll hag smart. I'm talking human intelligence smart.
Well, humans can be really stupid if you train them to be.
Oh, you don't have to train them to be stupid.
But yeah.
I've seen half the South. But yeah, Balxor will make his way back to the inn and inquire as to which room he is in, or his companions were in. And then once getting his answer, he will enter. Well, I came up with nothing. I have no new ideas.
Ah, well, there's lunch dinner thing here. And she points to the spread of like duck and stuff like that. So I got enough for both of us.
Thank you very much.
Sausage eggs.
Wabbit.
Well, you know what could come in handy? If we talk to a man of the woods who knows this area well.
I agree. That's a good idea. We can start collecting
That's a good idea.
Like a
information.
bear man.
Oh.
Oh.
I look over at Hassa. Your
I
new buddy?
I will see what I can do. Surveying the town.
But we'll probably
Yeah.
have to cross the river again. I doubt he's. I mean, not the river, the lake. Probably still on that side.
I mean, he said he had a home here, right? So
He said he had a home elsewhere. He comes here during this time of the month.
I thought he said he had a home here, though. Like when he said elsewhere, he meant I thought he was referring to across the water.
I think
Maybe. You mean like in Lunsk?
Yeah,
yeah, I believe he said he does have a home in Lunsk, so but
Okay.
yeah, we'll get that information.
Yeah, maybe if we could have a sit down with him, he might know the coastline already.
Possible.
Or he could be in league with the hag.
what is it with you in league with the hag business?
Hassa
You
definitely
come
does
from
not think
Vampire
that.
Land. And you don't think people are in league with bad things?
I see it. He's not. Please stop. He's just not.
All right.
Oppression does not equal alignment.
So a good point I think was brought up about, talking about how smart the hag is. She's clearly intelligent. Okay, so she I don't believe she's necessarily just evil because she's transactional
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know, maybe she has some motivations. Maybe she has some reason why she's lingering. And I think if we can pay her to cross the lake, maybe we can pay her for some time.
That's smart.
Possibly, but
How do you intend on conveying this intention?
not just that. The price of making deals with things like this is usually steep.
Rib bone steep.
That guy was nice compared to some of the things you can make nasty deals with.
Well, I have 150 gold that I can throw at this thing to make it talk.
I
Don't say that real loud.
Well, I whisper it lightly too.
But listen, he said that's the smartest beast he's ever known.
Well, how smart people have he really interacted with?
He's the smartest beast he's ever known.
I'm sure it is intelligent.
Oh no, that's not what I mean. I mean, how many other beasts has he known that's intelligent?
Mm.
It's not every day you
He's clearly had
piss off a monster.
dealings.
Yeah, possible. Maybe we need to press him for more information.
What was that again, Balxor?
I don't remember. I forgot. I think we should collect more information for now. Maybe hold off on interrogating the mayor for a little bit until we have a more.
Well, I definitely think if anyone knows where there's a cave that leads below the lake, it'd probably be the bear.
Unless we agree. Shall we pay our werebear friend a visit?
Is it going to be another full moon tonight?
Full moon, 2 nights in a row? I hope not.
Well, this is an alien world, so I mean, I don't know, but in the real world, there's technically 3 full moons.
Yeah, it's a three day
Yeah.
event.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't know what part of the event you guys came out on, but it's a 3-day event.
Right. That's what I was asking. If we have another one tonight or not. I guess we'll find out. Should we walk outside of town before dusk, Hassa, just in case? For you?
You don't want to go into it, but you're pretty sure that you're going to be okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be alright.
Okay, so it's not probably. Then we have to try to find this guy. I would imagine he probably has a house on the edge of town. Connected with nature and stuff. I don't know, something like that.
So you want me to find out? What did he say his name was? I already forgot.
Give me a second.
I don't remember, but my character is smarter than me. Can I try to roll it?
No, I'll give it to you. It's Sober Knudsen.
Sober Knudsen.
How very fitting.
Maybe someone in town knows him. Could ask the innkeeper. Everyone comes through here, probably at one point.
Sure, I'll go ask the innkeeper for that information.
Right. You go back out and into the tavern proper.
Mm-hmm.
The tavern keeper's not right there. You see those two people that are in the corner before, and they're talking to a big burly man. And they look distressed, but not like at him, like they are telling him something that's distressing.
Hassa, can Hassa hear any of the conversation?
You'd have to get closer because they're
Okay.
talking in hushed whispers.
I walk closer to the table, also looking around for the innkeeper, just trying to find somebody for help.
They fall silent, and one of them, which one? The one that's wearing a hood, you can just kind of see just under the hood that they fall silent, and she like glowers at you, and they glower at you. That person.
I'm sorry, the person in
the cloak, the one that you can't tell what gender they are.
Okay, so they're glowering at me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just I was looking for the innkeeper. I do apologize.
The burly man turns around and looks at you, and just like it's a serious situation, but there's a slight smirk, and he's like, he's not here right now, Hassa. And it sounds like Sobir.
So, oh, well, when you're done with what you're doing, I had a question for you then, I suppose. I apologize for bothering you. I will. I'll just be in the lobby in the other room when you're finished.
Well, there's the tavern, the kitchen, and then the 4 rooms that people can stay in. That's. But but he holds up his big hand, and he looks at the 2 at the table, and he just kind of like gives a nod, and the glowering one kind of looks away, and the other one kind of like nods like, okay. It's like, actually, maybe you and your friends could help us, and then if there's something that you need help with, maybe we can help you.
I'm willing to listen. Yes.
Well, there's a few of us that we're hunters. We hunt the meat for to supplement people's food here and to help the tithe. But two of us, well, they've gone missing in the stillborn forest. And that's never good. We haven't been able to track them down yet. But we do know the location of the traps that they were supposed to be out there checking.
Mhm.
And well, if we could get some other people to help us look for them and find them, I mean, that would mean everything. I'm Lila, by the way. This is Silva.
Hi, I'm Hassa. I will bring my companions out to introduce you shortly. I apologize if I offended you at all, Silva.
Silva just kind of grunts, and Lila's like, they're just upset, and it's hard to trust people in these lands, So, no harm.
I understand, and I personally will do what I can to convince my party to help. I know what it's like to lose everything. I watched my entire tribe die to the pox, so I understand. But yes, I will be more than happy to go gather them if you don't mind just a moment.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Thank you.
Silver
And
nods.
mhm. I go back to the rooms, and I tell them that Sobir happens to be. I relay everything that we just went through. Uh, and just let them know that there's a couple of people out in the tavern that need our help.
Wow, that was incredibly convenient.
I mean, it's not like it's that large of a town.
Yeah, but like, we said let's go find this guy, and then he happens to be in the other room. Pretty convenient. Nice.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, let's go help people.
Yeah.
I guess it's closer to a goal. Sure, why not?
Mm-hmm. So, so we all, I
Kind of
guess.
stuck for a brain anyway. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
maybe a good walk in the forest will do us some good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they're just waiting out there with Sobiern. And we can go get more information and any questions that we might have. But basically, yeah.
You guys walk out, and you see the large gentleman there sitting with the two people at the table. He's wearing outdoors clothes. Like he looks like a woodsman. Probably does some hunting and maybe even some lumberjacking here and there. But he welcomes you all over to the table and offers to grab people some ale, assuring everybody that the tavern keeper won't mind if he slips them a little extra rabbit meat sometime. And everybody sits down, and he says, "Well, it looks like we got business." And that's what we're calling it. So, thank you for playing.
Alrighty.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for the continuation Citadel of the Unseen Sun. Hope you enjoyed yourself. If you like this content, please like, comment, please subscribe if you haven't. If you do comment, feel free to ask any of us about our characters, about the story, about D&D, about anything really. We'll try to get back to you. Otherwise, keep tuned in. We have Curse of Strahd coming up, starting next week. Yeah. And that'll be on Twitch and, of course, posted here. We have Dragon of Icespire Peak up on Twitch and posted on here. And we got some other stuff coming down the pipe, including a Norse game and eventually Spelljammer. So if you like this stuff, you want to be involved, even join the Discord, join the community. Meet some cool people. But yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
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 Bye.